Hey guys, welcome back, and let's continue with this journey of Python. Uh, Acquiring, I can say, the detail, or I can say the core internals of the Python. Right, that was the motto. So whichever domains you guys belongs to, or you will belongs to in the future, or maybe right now, maybe from IoT to cloud computing to big data to machine learning to quantum computing, any, or maybe web development, or maybe sometime mobile development also, whichever field you guys want to work on, or the technology you want to work on. Let me first set my whiteboard. uh, Having the great programming knowledge is very important. Having the right use of all the construct of the programming language is very required. But the good thing about one of the programming language known as Python, okay, because JavaScript also has a great advantage, but technically we are into the Python training. So Python, if you talk about, is a one language through which almost any tool or the technology we can integrate, or we can also create by ourselves as a software developers, right? So last two classes, guys, we have done lots of concept. I started from very basics, plus lot of tips and tricks and all the concept I explained to you in my last class, right? Today, guys, I will again go more deep into the Python, and there's lots of interesting feature as a Python as a language provide to us. So I have a lot of very unique feature. Maybe some of the languages might not provide the way the Python provide. I'm going to share with you. And there's some unique feature that's come in the latest version of Python, that is 3.9, 3.10 and above version. Okay, that is not available in the older version of Python. Before 3.7 and 3.8. I'm going to explain those features also that makes our programming life very quick and simple. Okay, so I have a lot of tips, tricks, secrets, and lots of concepts of the Python we are going to discuss in next, to the next level. But yeah, what is functions, what is list, what is tuple, what is variables, data types, for loop, iteration, while loop. Lots of concepts we have guys covered in the last classes, and a lot of interesting different idea and examples also I've given to you. So without investing further time, let's move to the next part. So again, same thing, I'll open my command prompt, and here I'm go to my document in my workspace of the Python. Okay, and I will launch the Jupyter. But if you want to work on the Python, you have to install Python in your respective operating system. This is one of the way we can work on, or there's lots of online Python interpreter available. You can use those live interpreter to work on the Python. Means without installing Python in your mobile phone, or maybe from the mobile app, I can say, or that's called QPython is one of the apps we have, or any other software in your respective operating system. You can use your browser internet, directly connect to the Python live interpreters, or I can say Python language, and we can actually work there. For example, one of the great example is there's a website called REPL. Okay, REPL if you search. So there's one website called REPL IT. Okay, this is a company, this has a website. When you click first time, they ask you to create the account. So create the account over here, and this is the website, and this website will help us to create a setup that's called environment depend upon your programming language. So a lot of programming language they support. So there's the top, guys, if you see there's a button called create. In my case, I already log in for my account, but first time when you connect to this website, repelit.com, they ask you to create the account, and you will enter to this kind of page. Then they ask you in the left side create. Okay, they are going to create a REPL, means technically the environment, or also known as project, and they ask you which language you want to work on. These are the language, guys, they support at this point in time. But here I want to work on the Python. Just click on the Python as a language, right? And that's all. Give a project a title or some name and create the REPL. That's all. Now here they will create a live environment where you can actually work on the Python. Okay, so they give you a Python prompt directly. You can type your Python related things, so whatever you know till now, or you will know almost everything you will do here. So they print the things, x05, they print the x, all the things whatever you know till date they can do for you. So they give this Python prompt, or if you don't want to directly work on the Python prompt, you want to work on offline way, means type the code once in some document as a programming file, and then you want to run the code. So there's a main.py file they created here. So you can type here, say x equal to 5, and I want to print the x. Okay, maybe I have the list of the number, whatever you know guys till now. Then I want to do a loop in the list, and I want to print I, whatever the things you know, everything you can do here. Okay, and then this is the file we have, right? And in this file, even though this is an entire structure, you can create more file, you can add a folders, right? Tons of things you can do, upload the file, download the things from here. The click enter, and they will pin on this console. Okay, and behind the scene guys, they're given this Python install somewhere. Mostly then they create one kind of one Linux operating system for you, and on the top of this they launch Python for you. But if you want to access the command prompt of that particular operating system, there's a cell option here, and you will get this command prompt. Okay, this command prompt actually Python is running on the top of Linux, so almost all the Linux command you know they will you can run here. So you can do list, this is the file, same file we are working like live here. You can get the file, see the content, edit the file. So almost whatever you know about the Python as a language, if you want to run some commands, what a command they supported here and they provide to you, that command you can run. Okay, and how fast they launch this OS or this environment very quickly, because behind the scene they are using a container technology, right? And container is the one who will quickly create the environment for you or launch the OS for you. That's a different thing. I'm just sharing to you. So technically what I'm trying to tell you here is in this OS they given you Python installed with a version called 3.8. All the Python command you can run here, or all the Python code you can run in this Python console or Python REPL. So it's live. So any tab, browser, mobile phone you have, type this URL, start working on the Python and do, and you know, work on your projects. That's also one of the way we can run the Python without installing. Okay, but in our case I already have the Python installed in my local laptop. So I'm launching my Jupyter notebook directly here in my local system. Okay, and I would like to work on my Python. Okay, wherever your Python code run, Python program will use that system resources. Resources means RAM, CPU and hard disk, all the things. Okay, this time my Python is running in my local laptop. So whatever the resource available in my local laptop, Python is using it. Okay, that's the one point. Why is important? Because sometimes when we go more deep into the program and want to optimize the program in terms of performance, so these are the things is sometimes helpful. Okay, where the Python program is running, okay, on the top of which operating system and on the top of which hardware. But I thought that is not so much required. So guys, this is one quick information about this point. Now let's go to the next point, and I'm going to guys give you lots of interesting tips and tricks. Okay, and by the help of these tips and tricks, we will also understand a lot of concept of the Python. Okay, so first thing that I'm going to tell you right now, and is again very interesting to know. So for example, I'm going to create a function, and function is going to sum for us, and function will take the input, let's say into x as a variable. Okay, and whatever we put in the x, this value they will sum. What I mean by this, when we call this function, let's say if I give 5, so 5 the print. But maybe sometime I want to provide multiple value, because sum means you have to provide multiple value, then is the meaning of sum. So if you want to provide multiple values, okay, in a function, in my last class guys, what can you do? All these values is argument, and you can store the argument in a variable that's called parameter. Okay, and this parameter you have to make it a tuple or a list by this symbol. Okay, now in this case if I print, then now everything could be printed. So if you want to pass multiple value and want to store in one variable, then this is star we can use. That was guys in my last class. this expression I have given in very detail. Okay, now x is a variable. Okay, or let me give the different variable name. Data is a variable that hold all my data. Okay, now what you want to do with your data, that will be your choice. I can ask for loop. For loop do one thing: go inside this data list, pick the first value, store in the I, and what I want to do with the I, okay, whatever data you have, I want to plus with this and store the value local in the J variable, and I want to start the J from 0. Now this code we had discussed in my last class, nothing very new for you. And finally, when this program run, your final output will be stored in J as a final sum. I will return the J here. Now in this case, when I run this program, the total sum come up. It means when this program run, we can give a multiple input as a list of the input. Okay, this will go to data, and for loop is the one who will help us to provide the sum. Okay, that is, guys, very simple, nothing very technical. But in this example, guys, okay, I want to add some more new point, and that is very unique. Most of the guys in the Python doesn't know this concept, but you will be the one who going to know. But let me explain you what I am talking about. Okay, in this example, guys, right now, you know what happened? Mostly the function we create once and we use again and again. That was the meaning and use of the function. Okay, and this function, let's say, is sometime created by some of my developer team or team member. Let's say maybe Rahul is the one, somebody who create this function, and this they give function to us to use, and we are the one, or the other developers are the one who is going to use this function. That's how, by calling this function. Okay, this is the one. For example, I am the other developer member and I want to use this function, so I'm using and calling this function. Okay, in this example over here, okay, when you call this function, you need some data to input. Okay, and mostly this data we collect from our customers or from our clients. So my customers, somewhere from their laptop, from the system, right, they connect to a website, a web app, and somehow they send this data to you. You collect. Okay, after you collect, then you input and put into the function. Okay, most of the cases, because this function is the one who is summing the things. Okay, so most of the cases we collecting the data 1, then 2, then 3 and 4, and keep on inserting. But sometime my customer directly give me, for example, right now in this case, the customer is giving me 1 separately, 2 separately, 3 separately, and as it is 4 and 5 we store over here. Okay, but maybe sometime my customer, rather than give this information separately, they will give this information in a list, as a list data structure or list data type. They give me in one list. It means whatever customer they're giving me, as it is, we are storing and providing inside the function as input. It means it is something like this. My customer might give you input in the list format. Okay, in this case, if this function, whatever you created, in this function, right, then how you created, if you giving you input in a list format, you know what happened? Okay, this time your function will fail. Okay, they give you something is not supported, something like this. Why they fail? Because this data, actually we are storing in the data variable. So storing in this data variable is nothing very important, even though if you just try to print, okay, what you will see, this data we store in the data variable and they print it. So storing in this variable is not important, the big challenge. We can store it, we can print it also, but they fail. Why they fail? Because for loop doesn't know what you're talking about. Okay, because right now for loop is trying to pick this data. Again, for loop also pick your data for you. Okay, even though if I write the print statement here, what happened with I? So for loop also have capability to pick this entire data. Okay, and if I run this again, you can see it one more time they printed. Why? Because for loop know how to pick the first data from this list. So this is the entire first data, because till comma, and before the comma we have one single data. So for loop pick the first data and the print. Again, there is no big challenge. So till here my code is right, but challenge is here. Okay, what we are doing here, okay, I contain this data, there is a list, okay, and j contain 0, that is integer, and if you want to add 0 with or integer or number with the list, it fail. That's what the error is. I don't support to plus integer with the list. This is not possible operation. That's the reason they fail. Okay, so first of all guys, I'm trying to tell you, okay, how to troubleshoot. Sometime guys, if you want to understand where the program is failing, so multiple time you can use the print somewhere, and you can just go to the flow and it will help us. So at least they know till here everything is good, but after this they fail. It means we have some challenge in this line. So putting the print in the code somewhere multiple times, okay, maybe you don't require, but it is good practice to understand the flow of the code, plus also help us to debug or any kind of error issue come in the code. They will help you. At least you know, at least till here everything is printing the way I expected. It means there will be chances of error in the next line. That's a different point. But here what I'm trying to tell you here is, okay, by chance in my logic, what I'm looking for, my logic is to sum, okay, and sum of the number. Okay, here my logic is not the sum of the list. There's no meaning of sum of the list. Okay, when my logic is whatever number I provide, I have to sum individual number and give the output. Okay, and because this is my requirement, this is my logic, this is my algorithm, I'm looking for sum of the number. Okay, so you can't provide list in the sum. Okay, so in this context, how can you solve this? Okay, one of the simplest way, the Python is giving you a way to solve it. If you think, okay, there is function you created for the sum, or maybe function created where you need some data, and on the data you want to do something with some, or maybe some more thing. Okay, maybe you want to pick some data, pick first ones, want to send the mail or SMS, right? This may be other requirement. Okay, but you want to need individual data here, not as a entire list the way I store here. So what can you do? Okay, while inputting this data into the function, you can use this symbol. Okay, this is a very unique thing. So what this you guys know already. This means this make this data variable as a tuple. What this symbol means here, so when you put the star in the front of list, is a different concept that makes your list converted to normal number. Okay, what I mean by this, let me explain you separately. If you have one list 1 2 3 4, this is the normal list. If you see the data type also is a normal list data type or data structure. Okay, is a normal list, you can see with the symbol. But if you write star list name, okay, what you will see is not working in this case right now. Here this symbol doesn't work directly, but if you use the star here, or let me use over here, if you use the star here, means if you use where it is star over here. So if you use the star, what you will see, let me change the different name, new db. Okay, one minute, it is not supporting here. It should work. Directly does it not work? It should work technically. What is the challenge? Let me I actually it should work directly here also. Okay, or let me use in different way. Okay, so sorry, it's not like in the work in this way. So there's a list, and you have to assign this value in a normal variable. You have to use here actually, not obviously there. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to go in this flow, so that was the issue come up. But technically, if you want to assign this, let me delete this line so I don't want any confusion. And in this example, it should work. I don't know. It's not supporting this version. It should work. Let me apply directly my code. It should work, but let me apply. So you know what it will do? It will send this entire data into this variable as a normal data. As here, it's worked properly the way I wanted. it should also work here. I don't know why the issue we are getting here, and maybe not supported here directly. Normally guys, I just want to show you in this way to just explain you this concept, but normally we use here. Okay, maybe you can try with some other combination which will work, but this is not important point to discuss again. But my point here that I was trying to explain you this symbol here. So while calling the function, okay, let's forget this part for a while. I don't want you to confuse. The main thing is this line. So what this symbol will do, okay, this entire data, okay, we are going to convert into a normal data. So this line will be internally converted into this symbol. Okay, so this is equals to this, and then remaining guys, the same thing will go. They will first put the data, they pick data one by one, the way it work, and they will print the final output. They print the final output for you. Okay, even though guys, see, if you write this, the output is exactly the same. Okay, so that's what guys I'm trying to tell you. So most of the cases guys, you will see you create a function while you want to multiple data come up in a list, use in this variable. But sometime if you pass a list, okay, then it will fail. So using this symbol is always good practice. If you feel there's a list is going to come up. So that's what guys I would like to try to tell you here. Okay, even some of the version also we can print directly also here. The way I show you here, this symbol also directly work in some of the language. I don't know, some of the version they doesn't support here, but this also support. But at least it is working here the way we want it to work. Okay, so that is guys one symbol I want to tell you. Sometimes it's very useful in some of the cases. Okay, let me explain some more different concept what Python has. Okay, I think this concept you understood. Only thing is, if you think there's a lot of data is coming and this data is a list, but I want to retrieve only the element part of it, okay, to use somewhere, then this symbol is useful. Okay, that's what I want to tell you here. Now let me try guys one more way here. I don't know, it should work in multiple versions. I use a lot. Let me try in this way. It is not unpacking also not working. If you use star here, guys, this way it is working because this is a very normal common thing I use. So now it's working. I'll pick some data. So let's don't talk about this point. I don't want to confuse you. But this concept guys I explained to you in my last class already about this underscore symbol in my last class. But this is also working here. But mostly we use in this way. And there's a right way to use. That's what it is. We have already worked and tested. Now let's move to the next concept, right, without wasting the time. Let's say I have one more requirement, and this concept is again very, very interesting to know. The concept is, guys, we know how to write a conditions in the if or else. Okay, so how to write the conditions we know, right? So for example, I have this kind of condition. If let's say we want to check the score, and in your colleges or in your company have different kind of score system, incentive system, or maybe in the school we have a score system, and let's say we are asking somebody that what are the marks you achieve in mathematics. They say in mathematics I achieved, let's say 49%. Okay, and in economics how much marks you achieve, let's say 67%. Maybe in physics how many marks you achieve, let's say 40%. Okay, and chemistry how many marks you achieve, let's say 56%. Okay, now the criteria of the your school, for example, is right, if you achieve any of the subject, if you achieve less than 50%, technically finally you will fail. Maybe in subject you will achieve more than 50%, but in some of the subject if you achieve less than 50%, total score is fail. Okay, So for this guys, in any typical programming language, we can write multiple condition, if or else and else if, multiple conditions we can write. Okay, but in the Python there's a one new approach they have. The approach is, what can we do here, what are the conditions of the, let's say school has one condition, so they write all the condition in one variable. Okay, so in the list, because they have multiple conditions, so because we have multiple conditions, we can write the entire condition in the list. So we can say here, if in the mathematics, okay, if you achieve greater than 50%, then only you pass. In the economics, if you achieve greater than 50%, you will pass. Or maybe in physics, let's say if you achieve greater than 45%, for example, then you will pass. Or maybe in the chemistry, if you achieve maybe greater than 50%, you will pass. So there's a list of conditions we can create. Okay, so all the plan and the way you want to incentivize somebody and to pass somebody, so create a list of the conditions, and then before you say you will pass or not, we can ask if something happened, then we'll say you pass. Otherwise, if this condition is not matched, we'll say you will fail. So how do I difference, you guys know? So if you only need a conditions, true and false, you guys know. Okay, so what can we do? Okay, if you have multiple conditions, so if normally take true or false, either true or the false. But here you have multiple conditions, so what can we tell to the if? Okay, there's one function guys in the Python called all. I want to check all the conditions from this list. Okay, it means all is like an AND operator. AND means if this condition true, this true, this true, this true, if all the conditions are true, then only it will true. That's what we check by F, all. Okay, and if for final everything is true, then if will successfully run and they will run their block of code. So in this case, they fail because some of the condition is fail. For example, we are asking you have to achieve more than 40% marks in physics, but we have 40% marks only. Okay, so this condition fail. One of the condition fail, so all is like an AND operator. Okay, and finally it will fail. What I mean by AND operator, those who by chance doesn't know, for example, if I say 5 is greater than 2, true. Okay, but I say 7 is greater than 9, true. If this is true and this is true, okay, then only I want everything to be true, so we can use AND operator. Okay, so actually this is false actually, obviously 9 is greater than 7, so it's true. So if you have multiple condition and you want all the condition true, then only the final is true, we can use AND operation to perform. Okay, so by saying this is true and this is true, then final true. But if you make one of the condition fail, so obviously 5 is not greater than 7 is false. If the one of the condition falls and makes everything false. Okay, so the AND operator. Similarly, like an AND operator, we have OR operator. So very basic concept of programming language. OR means if any one of the conditions true, then final is true. So this is true, this is false, but final is true. But if you make both the condition false, then only is final false. Okay. Similarly, we have one more kind of normal. This is called conditions operators. For example, if you say 6 is greater than 7, no. But you want to make it reverse, like a negate. You can not keyword, they make it not false true. So this is a very common syntax in any of the programming language. Just I'm also trying to tell you, it is also supported in the Python. But the important thing here, what I'm trying to tell you, if you have this kind of condition, we can write here. Okay, same thing we can do over here. For example, normally in typical programming language, right, what can we do? We can write the condition somewhere here. How? Something like this. If the condition is true, and if this condition is true, and this condition is true, we can write in this way. But in this context, if another thing fail, they will false. All the time is pass, then will pass. Okay, but in this example over here, the code become little bit complex, bulky, not look like more human kind of thing. Okay, to make the code simple and very logical. That's what again one of the motto of Python. So what they decided, Okay, let's manage as conditions separately the way normally we do. So normally, we have some plan in the college or in the companies, right? And say, let's plan something. What is your conditions, right? All the condition and create a list of the condition. Okay, put all the conditions in one list, something like this, in list. Okay, and based on this condition, then in the future we'll take the decisions. Now decision will be taken by if, obviously. Okay, and I ask the if that check the condition from this list, and according to our requirement, I want to check all. Go for all condition, means all is like an and all the condition pass, then all pass. So it look like more human kind of thing. Human means more like a clear. The code is very easily manageable and something like this. So whenever you have guys lots of multiple condition and on the top of this you want to take a decision, right? Then using this way of managing the condition and using all keyword and function is very much useful. Python give this option to us. Okay. Similarly, if you want to use all is like an AND operator. So if you want to use an AND operator kind of concept or AND comparison operator kind of concept, because AND is one who is comparing the thing. Okay, or not comparing, I can say logical, checking the logical concept, whatever you want to say here. So you can use all here. But if you want to use OR kind of concept, OR operator, okay, OR means I'll check all the conditions. If one of the two of the conditions fail, doesn't matter. But if one of the conditions pass, I will take it pass. So maybe you guys giving the interview. Okay, in interview they have multiple conditions and say if one of the criteria match, I will hire for the job. Okay, something like that. So same thing I'm going to do here. So if you want to use OR kind of operator, okay, I ask if, again check all the conditions. If one of the conditions pass, okay, so I will go for any of the conditions. Let's call any keyword for any function. So any of the conditions pass, then they give a true, and if they get the true, answer is pass. This will pass because a lot of conditions are pass successful, so the finally is pass. Okay, so guys, this makes your code more clear, more logical also. Okay, and anybody can in the future, let's say my company want to or my college want to change something. Here changing the marks look very complex. It look a lot of extra skills and mind to use. Now my company changed that my passing score is now 33%. Changing in this kind of typical code is sometimes very overwhelming. Okay, overwhelming. But if you manage the condition in this way, now it's very logical. Now we have separate block for the managing the condition, and we come here and change and say now passing score is 33%, passing score is let's say 23%. We change here and accordingly it will apply it wherever you want to apply here. Okay, so that's also one of the point we have. Okay, so if let's say I want to also change my skill mark for, let's say 44% is allowed in mathematics, so overall you will pass. So I think you understand guys what I'm talking about. It's about the management of the code, writing the code, and we can write in this way also, but it's not about only writing the code. It is about also how well you are organizing and managing the code. That also makes sense. Okay, so this is guys one point I would like to discuss. Now let's move to a next point and next example here. Okay guys, there is one very important data structure called hashes and dictionary. Okay, and that is very much useful in almost all the real algorithm and real use cases. Okay, before I go for this topic, okay, I want to tell something more about some other concept. For example, let me build one concept here. Let's say you are collecting the temperature, okay, weather temperature by some devices maybe, okay, and you plan that you want to collect the temperature per hour basis, morning 1 o'clock, then 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. So let's say you are managing this way: morning you collect the temperature 41 degree, the next after 1 hour 46 degree, next 1 hour 46 degree, next 1 hour let's say 40 degree, and you keep on collecting. So day 1 Okay, this is the list of the temperature we calculated. And because every data is independent, so these are different elements. And if you want to manage multiple elements, we can put the element inside a list. So I can say this is a list of my temperature I collected of the weather temperature for day 1. Maybe I have a requirement to do same thing with day 2 also. Okay, again day 2 I calculated 37, 36, 36, 36 for example. So again this is the list of the temperature for the day 2. Like this, day 3, day 4, like this. Okay, but typically day 1 temperature, day 2 temperature, day 3, day 4, all this information collect together and become one complete temperature list of the entire week or the entire month. Let's say I want to store the entire information data of the month. Okay, so this plus this plus this plus this together make the entire month. And how we can write? So we can say month, this is the first data you have, this is the second data you have. Okay, the first data you have, second you have, third you have, and all this data, okay, all these independent days become your one single list. Okay, so this is the example of list inside list. Okay, list inside list. So whenever you have this kind of symbol, if you see list, then inside the list you have multiple lists. So this is very common kind of examples. So this is called list inside list, and mostly also known as nested list. But rather than directly explain this concept to you, I want to explain you with some kind of example here. So whenever this kind of requirement come up, example come up, always think for the nested list. Okay, and normally when you create a list, something like this, one single list, it is also known as 1D array, one dimensional array. Okay, but when you create this kind of list inside list, okay, typically they are known as 2-dimensional array. Okay, mostly known as 2-dimensional array. But how to create this? Again, the way I draw here, exactly same. But most important is, it's not about creating this list, it is about when to create this list. So these are the use case. Okay, so this is one of the use case you will have. So for example, I want to collect the list for the day 1. Let's say this is a temperature, I'm putting randomly. Then this is for day 2. Okay, this is for day 3. Let me one more day, and next is the day for day 5. Okay, so these are the day 1, or we can also write this is a record 1, this is a record 2, record 3, record 4, record 5. Okay, and all this record become one big record. So from here I will start and we will end here. A better way to format, we can write in this way, that to give a proper look and feel. And because this is the one record, so after every record we can put comma. After every record we can put comma, and put comma. So it look like this is a main list. Inside this is the entire one element, second element, third element. By chance this element is also a list. Also a list. So this is called list inside list, also known as multi-dimensional list, or also known as 2D array. Or let's say this is my entire month list. Okay. Now if you want to print an entire month, we can entire month data printed. Or maybe let's say I want to print the data for the day 1. You guys know this is the first record, or first element is day 1, and this first element according to your main list is at the 0%. So this is the 0%, this is the second person, so 0% is what 0. So entire the all the concept of list you can apply here, same. Only difference is, instead of single number, single string, we have an entire list. Okay, and this list is one data of this 0 index. Okay, or maybe if you want to print on the day 1 or day 2, there's a day 2. Okay, and day 2, what is temperature at the third hour, means 0, 1 and 2 third hour. So we can say again this is again one list to retrieve this data. So we can write after this, because till now here, if you just even though check the data type also of this part is a one list. So whatever operation guys you normally perform in the normal list, you can again apply here. For example, I want to see the temperature from second hour till last. So second hour till last, these are temperature of the day. So all the normal operations what you perform in the list, you can perform it. Okay, but don't learn this topic the way typically it's been learned, list by list, right? Just try to understand the concept by this example. Maybe you can create your own example. So then logically you can create it, and there will be no error as come in the syntax error and logical error also. Okay, so this is a list inside list we can create. Or maybe somebody wanted to say, I want to see the day 2, means this one, D2 details, day 2 detail come up. But somebody said no, I want to see from day 2 till day 4. So you can write till 4. So from here till last come up, last number is exclude. So you guys know 1, 2 and 3, 1, 2 and 3 the print. So 1%, 2%, 3% the print. Okay, that's going to be done. So almost all the operations what you normally perform, you can perform here. The only difference is instead of normal number, this is the one list. Now this will be a list, this can be a tuple, this can be a string. So whatever you have to insert inside the one big list, you can insert. Or maybe you can write one more list inside here. List inside list and list. Maybe some depend upon the requirement you can write. So this concept you guys might know already, but just to give you very high level context to everyone, I explain in this way. But here my motto is a little bit different. So this is one interesting concept I'm going to explain to you. Very interesting, just try to understand. Okay, right now think, okay, this month is a list of days. Okay, list of the days. Okay, and by chance, for example, you have a requirement. Okay, you have a requirement. For example, let me focus here. Okay, by chance, if you have a requirement, I think that this is a very interesting concept to understand. Your requirement, the requirement will be something like this, that this is day 1, day 2, or let's say here the day is like index. So index 0 means day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5. And all the days we store in the month. If you want to print particular day information, so we have to print the particular day information. Okay, you can print it how this way. So I want to print the particular day information, or let's say day number 3. Print it. I think it's very technical. Okay, but let's say we have a requirement something like this. Okay, we know at the first position of every day, 2, maybe 3 and 5. Let me highlight this first position. This first position is like a one column. Like in table, right? If you create a table, these are the rows, okay, and these are the columns. Okay, so we can say this is row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, and these are the columns. Column 1, column 2, column 3, and all like this. Okay, let's say, and guys, this what I draw here, it is exactly like a table. So technically we created my data into tabular format. Okay, so if you want to arrange your data, this is called data structure again. So you want to arrange and structure data in the tabular format, then you can use this nested list or the 2D list. Okay, this is also one way to think of. The point here is what I'm looking for. So let's say this is the column number 1, this is the, let's say, column number 2, and this is the column number 3. Okay, and let's say this column number 3 is my temperature at the 3 p.m. This is the temperature at 1 p.m. This is the temperature at the point in time of 2 p.m. Okay, now if you want to print the the temperature of all the days at 3 p.m., this is what I'm checking about. Maybe I have a requirement, I have to analyze at 3 p.m. what is normal temperature changing. So what we analyze in this data, that for 2 days my temperature at the 3 p.m. is same 6. Next day it increased, next day increased, something happened, maybe my weather is a little bit sunny every day. Okay, then suddenly we have some thunderstorm or something happened, suddenly temperature goes down. So I want to analyze my data at the preem. So in that context, I only want to retrieve this data. I only want to retrieve this data. So how can we do this? That's my point. Retrieving particular day or row, is the same concept here. Retrieving particular day is very simple. Retrieving any data, okay, from day 1 till day 4 and 5 is very simple. Okay, so retrieving per day, multiple days together, typically known as rows, is very simple. But how can you retrieve a column? Okay, so if you want to retrieve the column, right, you can use for loop and some kind of list functions, or sorry, some kind of loop, for loop and while loop you can use. Okay, but point here is, okay, what my question over here is, my question is to all is, this is the list I have, and I told you guys in my last class, right, list is like a way to structure the data, organize the data. This is called data structure, and every data structure come up there with their own functions. For example, if you talk about month is a list, if you ask month how many functions you have inbuilt with you, so month is a list data structure, and these are the functions available in the month, or the list I can say. So what I want to do, okay, I want to print the column by using list themselves internal functions. So how can you print the columns? By using this function or by using some internal concept of the lists. So my problem, I think you understood, guys. This is the list I have. I don't want to print list, I want to print the column wise without using any third party tool or third party keyword like for loop or while loop, with the help of list concept, okay, or with the help of list capabilities or list methods. How can we print only column wise? Okay, so that is my question for all. How can we do? And guys, believe me, if you try to search this answer in the Google and somewhere, okay, you won't get any answer. Maybe you can get some kind of hypothetical unwanted answers. Somebody say use the for loop, while loop. But point, guys, here is, okay, if you're managing your data structure, so your data structure, or maybe let's say here data type, should have a capability to perform some very common operations. Okay, so by default, guys, if you try to search the solution for this, you won't find any answer. Why? Because you're searching the wrong thing. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you here is, every data structure, list is a one data structure, means they are the one who organizing the data and the elements. Okay, elements, and here this is a different element, different string, is a list of list. Okay, do anything. Okay, if list is the way to organize data, okay, a similar data, maybe it may be email, phone, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. List is meant for creating the list of similar kind of data. Okay, so if you use a list data structure, they will work only on the element or per element. For every element they give the index numbers. So for this list, this is the element, this is the element, this is the element. Okay, they don't know anything about the internal of it. So whatever element you store here, they know only about it. What inside this, they have no concern, because their motto is to manage their data or the elements in the one structure. That's called list. Okay, but what we are asking from the list, can you go inside your element and try to pick this part, then this part, from next list this part, from next list this part, from next list this part. Technically for us it look like a column, but for the list it's not possible. So my point here is, guys, this operation to retrieve particular column with the list data type, the right term is called data structure, is not possible. Okay, even though if you search anywhere in the Google with the help of list, there is no way available. Yeah, you can use kind of for loop, while loop, you can create your own different code, there's a different point altogether. But as a list doesn't support this. Okay, so this explanation what I'm trying to give you, what I'm trying to tell you here is, I'm trying to tell you, if you want to store multiple data, that is called organized data, that's called data structure. You have to think before you organize what you want to do with the data. If you think you want to just manage the list and you only want to retrieve particular element or the range of element, okay, then using the list is always a good choice. Okay, but if you think that I am looking for this operation, what I'm trying to explain in this example, maybe I have a list of lists, and for the list perspective, this is just one single data or one single item or one single element maybe, but you want to go inside the element, you want to pick some part of it. The next you want to go and pick some part of it. Next you want to pick some part of it. Okay, so in this example, list is not usable because this is not the part of the list to perform. For this, the right way to think is, what is the different data structure we can use to organize or to manage this part. Okay, so my final summary for this point is, every data structure to managing and organizing data will do something for you. Everybody has their own benefits. I'm not saying anybody has a limitation. So this is not the limit of a list, right? If you say no, list doesn't support this, means this is the limitation of the list. No, it is not limitation. This is not meant for this. Okay, for example, I have the browser, I have the media player. If you ask my media player to go to Google and browse it, it's not the duty of the media player to do it. So I won't say this is the limitation, right? So everybody has meant for different things, right? So this is the point. Now, how can you solve this problem right now? What I'm talking about over here. So this problem, guys, is solved by a thinking, and thinking would be something like this: that I want to perform a column-wise operation in my list of datas. For example, this kind of tabular data or list of lists. Okay, do we have any data structure in your respective language, let's say in Python, that can perform for you? If you ask the right question, then you will get the answer. Initially, if you search like in the list, I want to do a column operation with the list data type, you never get the answer because that doesn't support. Okay, and now if you ask the right question, that I am looking for the data structure who can perform this operation, then you will get the answer, and then you will get a lot of answers. Okay, and one of the answer would be through which we can do a column-wise operations. Okay, would be array data structure, typically known as NumPy array. So NumPy array is a one kind of different data structure in the Python. Okay, who has a capability to do a lots of thing. Okay, lots of thing. One of the things they support is to retrieve data in the column wise. NumPy array is one of the data structure. Otherwise, we have a lot in the Python. Okay, but I'm taking as an example of NumPy. So I think my requirement is clear, right? Motto is not, guys, to show you the NumPy array. My motto is to give you a thinking. Right? If something is not working, okay, don't try to rather than try to find an answer by the list, for example, in this case, rather than try to go deep inside the list and try to understand list I want to use you, can you tell me what is your right use case where I should use you? If you know somebody right use case, then you can think, should we use this or not? Okay, and then you will get the next path in your implement of the code and using your code somewhere. That's what I'm trying to tell you, guys. Rather than I've seen a lot of guys try to find out the answers, try to do a lot of some tricks and tricks. It won't work, it fail. Sometimes they work, sometimes it doesn't work. All right, because the right core concept is not clear. If you know the core and internal concepts of something and everything, then working in your respective projects with helping of a programming language will be very clear. Okay, and sometimes this concept is vary from language to language. Maybe in Java is a programming language, list will give you some extra capabilities. So to ask Java, can you tell me in your list, this concept called collection there, what are the capabilities you have, what you support? Okay, so if you know the right concept, what they support, accordingly we can use. If you're looking for something else, then you can move to some other data structure. Okay, so this is how you can think and plan for, right? Now here, this, let me take this code again from here. My plan here is to okay, retrieve a column wise thing. Okay, so for this we can use array. Array is one function. Okay, and this array is one function that has come from a NumPy module. So for this you have to first import the NumPy module, and NumPy module give you some extra function that's called array function or method. Okay, what this function will do, in this function we can give some data. Okay, data means list of data, and thus they convert this list of data into a different data structure. You know, like list is a data structure, tuple is a data structure. Similarly, they will convert the data into NumPy array data structure. In our case, the data is the month. I already have. Either I can also directly copy paste this data also, if you want. Okay, or because I already have this data in one variable, so let me directly use the variable name here. So now this is again my final month list. Let me use the final month, not vanilla, final. Okay, now your data won't change. Data will be exactly same. See here, data is exactly same what you have. Same number of rows, same number of data, same like a list and a list. But your entire data is converted into and organized by a different data structure called NumPy array. Even though if you see the data type of this, it's a NumPy array data structure. Okay, and now because this is NumPy array data structure, so they give you extra capabilities. For example, even though if you see the dir function on this, you can see a huge information about this. So tons of things they support, guys. Tons of functions they have, tons of keywords they have. Very powerful array, or I can say very powerful data structure it is. Okay, especially guys, anybody belongs to a field called data science, right? Data science, data engineering, data analytics, okay, machine learning, deep learning. NumPy is very powerful module. Almost all the advanced library of machine learning and deep learning built on the top of NumPy. So NumPy is a base foundation for any other data analytics and data science or maybe statistics analysis kind of tools. Okay, so huge. Even though we can create one single training program in NumPy, even though we are planning to come soon only purely one specialized program in NumPy. That much big NumPy is. So this training, guys, is a pure core Python training. There's no mailing to discuss anything about analytics part from the NumPy, but I'm giving you the core knowledge of NumPy here. Core means as a difference between the list and the NumPy. Otherwise, with the help of NumPy, you can do ton more thing. But we are always in the data science class also. Okay. So one of the things I want to show you about NumPy, only motto is to explain this concept, that every data structure is meant for different purpose. Okay, normally in the analytics world, okay, it's a very common thing, retrieve the entire data column wise and do some analytics on this. For example, this may be the this R data, this may be pick all the gender name, this may be pick all the email address, this may be pick everybody total salary. I want to summarize or take average of it. Okay, so normally in the analytics world, it is very common to retrieve data column wise. And that is the reason, guys, NumPy has a capability to retrieve particular column, so that we can do some analytics on the top of this. This also way you can think of. Okay, so now this is the NumPy data structure. All the operations that your normal list support, they also support. For example, I want to retrieve particular column, row number 2. So 0, 1 and 2. So this row number will be printed. Or maybe I want to print from row number 2 to last. You get all the number will be printed. Okay, or maybe I want to print from 0 till 4, from 0 till 4 everything printed. Or maybe I can say I want to print from 0 till last, everything will be printed. All the row will be printed from 0 till last. So it's the same operation what is a slicing operation that supported list also. But okay, one thing that NumPy give you here in this example is, in this keyword, this is called parenthesis. Here we write our index number or position number, right? They also have one more keyword called comma. Okay, and after comma, before the comma you write your row number, and after the comma you write your column number. So this is column, this is the column number. Again, same numbering system. This first number is column number 0, column 1, column 2, column 3. So if you're looking for to print the column number 0, 1, 2 and 3, the column 3, you can write 3. That's what we're looking for. So 77886, this column will be retrieved. See here, last column from this final month will be retrieved. This operation directly from the list data type you can't do, or list data structure you can't do. It's not possible there. Why? Because that list is not meant for this, so they don't support. We can use for loop, while loop for there's a different point. Convert list into different data type is a different point, but they doesn't support directly. Okay, but again, remaining operation we can do in the same way. Let's say I am looking for something like this. I want to retrieve from 1 column 3. So this we can also give the range. So column 1 till column 3, again last number exclude, same idea, they will print. So from column 1 till column 3, so this is 1 till 3, 1, 2, last they exclude, so 1 and 2 the print. Okay, so like this. Or maybe let's say you're looking for something like this, that this entire data we have, and I want to only print this part of it, this part. So how we can do? First we can retrieve, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3. So we first retrieve the row number 2 and 3. After row number 2 and 3 retrieve, then we'll from this row we will retrieve column number 2 and 3. So how? First we will go and retrieve row number 2 and 3, last one exclude, so we will start from till 4. So row number 2 and 3 retrieve. Then inside the I want to print the column 2 and 3. So we can add comma and say start from column 1 till 3. So this part 6, 7, 7, 8 will be retrieved. So all the operations we can do on the top of this. Very, very simple. So some part I want to retrieve. So this is very interesting option. Even though if you go to some part of image processing, alright, so with in mobile apps and web app, you have a lot of image cropping program, right? So we have the image and we crop the image. So guys, this is what image cropping program is. So if you want to do, if you know a little bit about image processing, okay, or the video processing, you guys know what is crop of the image. Behind the scene, any program you use, any programming language, image cropping and video cropping, they use this, exactly this line. Okay, so you think that this entire big box is an image, Again, we are not into the computer vision classes, mostly cover in machine learning part, but you can think this like one big image, and in this image I want to crop this part. How to crop? By this. See here, cropped. So on the top of it, you add some extra code, and then your final image cropping done. But this is what the final code. So any part you want to retrieve and cut between. Okay, then this is the idea you can use. It's not supported by list, but you can use NumPy array, or maybe some more type of data structure we have that can be used. Okay, so this is one interesting thing I want to explain to you. That's what is done. One more small thing for knowledge. If you store your data, let's say if you just want to collect the phone numbers, only the phone number you want to collect. Okay, so let's say we create one sheet and we collect the mobile number 1, mobile number 2, mobile number 9, mobile number 8, mobile number 7. So I can say this is the list of the mobile number, and this sheet or this data or this area only contain the mobile number. So only one type of information we have. Then typically they are known as one dimensional array or one dimensional list. Okay, sometimes guys it is also known as vector. So we have vector information. Okay, but if you collect this kind of information that I want to collect the data where we have lots of information I want to collect. I want to collect the name, I want to collect the phone number, I want to collect the remarks, I want to collect the city name. Okay, so it looks like a table, right, where multiple information I want to collect. Somebody come up, I will ask their name, let's say Vimal, phone number let's say 111, remark okay, city let's say from my hometown is Jaipur, India. Okay, this is first record, second record, third record. Okay, so if you want to collect any information or store the information anywhere, so it look like multiple rows you have, multiple columns you have. Typically it is known as two-dimensional array. Okay, dimensional array is also sometimes known as, especially in data science world or maybe in physics world, mathematics world, it's also known as matrix. Okay, so it look like something like, you know, this symbol. So my name Vimal, phone number okay, somebody named Rahul, to something like this, like a matrix. Okay, so either you can use the word 2D array or matrix. So in the Python, if you want to store 2D array, multiple way we can store. One of the way we can use the list data structure. One of the way is called NumPy array you can use. Okay, some more way we have. So you have to decide how you want to store your matrix or the 2D array information or tabular information. If you think in the future your requirement is to only retrieve particular record of everybody, let's say you have created some kind of app, and when somebody tap on some name, entire information come completely. Okay, then list is the one you can use to retrieve the entire information or the list of information. But let's say you have a requirement, you want to retrieve list, or maybe sometime only all the phone number, I want to do bulk SMS, all city name, I want to know about client, how many client from particular city, so microdically I can do my marketing and sales plans. Then NumPy array or the other kind of this you can use. So depend upon your requirement. It is not like this anything randomly you can pick. Right now your data can be stored, but it is not about only storing the data, it is also about what operation you want to perform on the data. So picking the right data structure is very important. One small thing you guys may be thinking, because NumPy can do all the operation of list, so why not always use this? Okay, the only thing is in the NumPy is this is a little bulky, it consumes extra RAM and CPU. Okay, list is very light, very limited space they consume, or it won't take a lot of extra CPU. It won't hit the extra performance of the program. So the programming perspective or performance perspective, saving a space of the RAM, saving the time of the CPU, in this context list is powerful. Okay, but idea is very simple. More and more functionality you add, more and more extra CPU and RAM you have to give. So depend upon what you're looking for. This is called trade-off. You want to save the CPU time and RAM, use list. But you want to add more functionalities, you want, if you need this, then you have to use NumPy array or something like this. So that's also one of the way to think of. Okay, so guys, this is one interesting information I explained to you. Let me tell you guys one more example of different data type. Before this, very small information I want to tell about if or else. What is if or else, you guys know. But one more very small information I have to tell. For example, I have a requirement. Okay, my company is looking for the experienced guys, and they say if your experience is greater than 2 and your experience is less than 10. In this case, if both the conditions match, then only, and guys, if you're looking for both the conditions match, normally we use the AND keyword, AND operator. In this case, we will offer you, let's say, the associate role. Otherwise, we'll do something for you. Okay. Otherwise, let's say not. Or maybe let's say my companies put the or post the job posting and say we are looking for experience between 2 and 10. That's all. Any resume come between this range, we'll accept this for further process. Otherwise, we'll don't accept this. So that's one point is. Now somebody come, post the resume, say my experience is 5, and because experience match between this range, we say we will think for you guys. Anybody say no, my experience is 50, not, because it's not expecting this line. Or anybody say my experience 1, it's not working. Okay, so guys, this is a very typical way to write the conditions. So one condition, second condition. So this is one typical way to write the condition in almost all the programming languages. But there's one more way in the Python we can do it to make this code a little bit more clear, simpler in the terms of understanding. Okay, how can we do? We can say I'm looking for the experience. If your experience is greater than 2 and less than 10. Okay, so rather we write and all this kind of multiple extra lines. This can be possible in Python. Very limited language support this syntax. Okay, but this is exactly equals to this in the terms of logic perspective, but the below code is more clear. Let's say we accept this. Okay, else not. So in this case, by some experience is 1, but let's say it's 7. Sorry. Then accept. So this is better code, right? Very limited language support this syntax, but this language is supporting right now. Okay. Now this concept is known as comparison chain operators. It is known as, because we have created a chain of it. Okay, so Python has a capability to support this, right? So there's one small point. So guys, I'm in between, I keep on giving you this extra information, what is unique thing in the Python. So I first explain you some concepts, explain you differences, explain you the data here and there that is useful in the programming world, especially Python world, plus what extra Python support, a unique feature that most in language doesn't support. I also keep on explaining this concept to you. So chain comparison is also sometimes make the code look very logical, right? Now anybody who know nothing programming also, but they know very basic about mathematics also, they understand what this code is talking about. Okay, so now let's move to next point. I'm going to explain you guys one more very important data structure, very useful, and most of the places we always recommend this. Okay, for example, let me explain in this way. I have a data with me, okay, and I want to store my serial number or ID. I want to store my name. I want to store my remark. Right, these information I want to store, and for this I create a list. Okay, I create a list, or maybe let's say I want to instead of remark, I say I want to store my email ID. So a list. Now this information we store. Now there's a possibility, because there's no possibility. Let's say this is the email we are storing here. Why? Because in the future, okay, I can go to this list can count where the email ID is. So it's 0%, 1%, 2%. We count and find the person name where the email ID is associated or stored. We retrieve the email, and after retrieve the email, we can add some mailing function to mail it. Okay, so this is how, guys, we have stored our data. My requirement is to store this information, and in the future we'll retrieve some part of it, let's say email, so we can send the mail. But in this, guys, particular example, we have a lot of issues in organizing the data. Okay, what issues you will have in this particular example? So one of the issue you will have is right now, let's say this, right now I have only 3 different elements. Okay, but in some of the case your element may be 100. Your city name, postal code, your second mobile number, office number, country name, post name, title name. Okay, and this data is stored because you want to use this data in the future code. Let's say you want to use the email. If you want to use the email, then you have to find out first which index number email is associated or stored. So we go here, index number 0, index number 1, index number 2, then we use it, we retrieve the email, then we'll use somewhere in the code. It's very tedious. We can't memorize, right? Which person number we have the postal code or mobile number stored. Second challenge is because they list. Okay, and because they list, so list is mutable, means rewritable. Because we want it rewritable, because maybe in the future I also want to store if some extra information will come up, I want to store here. So I want to make my this data to be list, so we can add some information. So in the future, let's say some more information will come up, we can append. For example, we say we append, let's say the city of the email in Jaipur, for example. So that's all, guys, we create the list. But sometimes because this list is mutable, so there might be some issues might come up. Maybe somebody in this list come and try, instead of append, they can try and insert the data. So insert is a function in the list, guys, and if you see this function detail, okay, so what this function will do, they will insert the data before the index. Means you will give the index name and the object name. Object means data. Means, let's say I will insert the data at the person number 1. MLSMR data maybe my my country name, India. Okay. In this case, if your data is inserted at the person number 1, okay, so my developer, some developer, because a lot of developer working together, some developer insert the data here. Now in this case, as soon as data insert here, okay, the code what you created initially, and this code is reading the email address, and this email address you store in some variable, and this variable is giving the mail function, they send the mail. Now in this case, when you run this code again, it gives different values. Because why? Because somebody inserts some data in between, and because of this, other person number will change. Initially the person number of this mail address was 2, or because we add something in between, so the person for everybody is changed, because this person is not managed by us, it is managed by programming language Python. You can insert something, now this person is 0, what you insert in between here is become 1, this is 2, now this person become 3. It was 2 before, now it's 3. It means all the code to retrieve the email, okay, still the code is same. Maybe this code is there in my extra function, the function is same, and they think the email is at the 2 address, but now at the 2 address we have the name. So they retrieve the name and they try to send the email to the name, but obviously it will fail. So mailing will fail. Okay. So my point, guys, here is okay, if you think, okay, you have the information, okay, and in information, guys, is keep on changing, keep on, maybe somebody inserting, maybe somebody delete also, okay, maybe somebody adding some extra different kind of field in between, okay, and the requirement is on those data, on some particular data, as some particular person, you want to perform something, retrieve the data and you want to perform something, okay, In this case, using the list is very dangerous. Okay, it will 100% corrupt the code. Okay, or corrupt the logics also the way you create it. Plus, also harder to manage, right? You have to find out what person the data is. Okay, so in this context, okay, using the list is not at all recommended. List, I can say tuple also. Okay, is not at all recommended. Even though NumPy array also. Okay, so in the simple term, using any kind of data structure where your programming language give the index number, they manage the index number for you, are very dangerous. Okay, so what can we do? Instead, we organize a data in such a way where we give the data, obviously you have to give the data, but at the same time, we'll tell my programming language, now you don't have to give this index number also and person number also. This number, index number, is also given by us. So we give our own index name. For example, this is ID. We give our own index name. Let's say this is a name. We give our own index name. Let's say this is called email. So we give our name. Okay. So what a benefit you will achieve, I'll tell you in a minute. Let me first draw this. So let me copy here. Let me write again. We say we know this index number is 0, but I don't want to use index 0. I want to give my own name, let's say ID. Okay. I want to give my own index name, let's say name. Now you have a choice which index name you want to give. I want to give my own index name, let's say email. Over here. Okay. Now in this case, you are giving your own value or you are giving your own index name. Okay, so what benefit you will get in the future, if you want to retrieve the email ID, now you don't have to count first person, second person, third person, which number email is coming. You can directly tell whichever the person number email is, because this name you given, obviously you can give your own simple name here. Whichever the person email is, what a value you have, just retrieve it. That's all. So counting and finding by yourself has been saved. Plus one more benefit you have, somebody by chance in between insert something, let's say then insert country. Yeah, let's say India. Okay, somebody add in between, delete in between. Okay, this code ever complete corrupt. Whichever you add doesn't matter, because asking whichever the field or index number is email, wherever they are, I want to retrieve the value. So for the issue I was talking about, it will be solved if you store your data into this kind of structure. In this structure, guys, by chance this name is like a variable, Vimal is a value. Typically here this is known as key and this is known as a value. It's called key value pair. So normally we have to store the data in key value pair. And this data structure in the Python is known as dictionary. So this data structure is known as dictionary. And to tell this a dictionary, this is simple, we have to use curly braces. So if you write anything in the curly braces, they are known as dictionary. Okay, and between the key value pair, okay, we have to use colon. So in the Python, we have to use colon to separate between key and value pair. Okay, that's all. So this is your dictionary. So when you print, the entire data come up in this way. But if you see the data type of it, it's called dictionary. Okay, even though the way I construct this code is also right. I told you guys multiple time. Okay, if you have different data you have, it's not good practice to manage in the list. List is meant for similar kind of data, mail, email. So there's also no right process. So if you want to store the multiple different kind of data like name, email, phone number in one area, so list is also not recommended for this. So whenever this kind of idea also come in the mind, always think of the dictionary. Okay, and obviously you have to tell how they know this is country name and how they know this is the name. So tell your key name or your country name. This is the country name, like this. So when this kind of requirement come up, always this is also one of the way to think of, go and think for the dictionary. Okay, so in Python, guys, it is not a dictionary. Okay, but every language, lot of language has this concept. Okay, in some language it is known as associative array, which is like PHP. If you use it is known as associative array. In some language it is known as hashes. In some language it is known as map. So language to language the name is different. In Python it's called dictionary, but logic wise and how they work internally, they are same, almost same. Okay, little bit operation may be different, but logic wise the way they manage and organize, they are the same. Okay, that's one point. And you want to retrieve particular value. Now we can say data, I want to retrieve my email, so you can give your email name. You can't write email directly in this way, it will fail because they treat email as a different variable. You say no, data is one dictionary and email is one of the key I have. I want to retrieve the email values. So this is how you can store. Okay, or maybe for example, if you want to retrieve the name, you can say I can retrieve the name. Okay, guys, this dictionary is also mutable. Let's say you forget to update the full name, so I can go and change. I want to store my full name, Vimal Daga. So now here, this will be changed to Vimal Daga. Okay, so this can be possible, right? So you can update, you can delete. So lots of operations you can perform here in that on the top of map. It is also known as obviously it is also known as a dictionary, obviously in the Python. So for example, what operation we can perform here, again you can use the dir function to check. So these are the operations they have, these are the functions they support. Okay, for example, on this list of data, you only want to retrieve key names, so all the key names come up. Means it is something like this, what kind of information you are managing. So you can say, in the simple term, guys, you can think of this kind of table. So normally when you create table, these are the column names and these are the values. So if you want to retrieve only the column names or the field name, there's also no key names. Okay, that's what they will tell you. So all the key names will be printed. So from this data, what a key name you have, it will be printed. Okay. Or if you only want to print the values, so we have the value function available. So all the values, is a function, will be printed. All the value will be printed. But if you want to print the entire data, you can use this data to print the entire data, or you can use a items function. They can print the entire data. The only difference is, if you use the data, they print like a normal dictionary. But if you use item function, then this data, exactly same data prints here, exactly same data print, exact data same they print, but automatically this key value pair is converted into tuple. Okay, and first data and second data and fourth data become a complete list. They convert into list. So how is beneficial? So if you want to do iteration, then iteration would be very simple. Now I can do for loop on the top of this and say for loop, do one thing, go in this code, which is a list. Okay, pick first value, let's say put in I and print I. So first information printed, second printed, third printed, and fourth printed. Okay, but also you guys know this is what tuple. Okay, so what can you do? You can store as a tuple. You can do unpacking here. So this data I is stored in X and Y. So first ID is stored in X and 1 is stored in Y. So if you only want to print, let's say only the values, you can print Y. That's also the way you can think of. Or other than guys, you can do tuple unpacking here. Okay, because this information come from here is stored in I, so we can actually give X and Y here rather than we give extra unwanted line here, extra variable also to get same output karata ho. Okay, and better would be, again, you'd always use better name. Let's say this is always a key and this is always a value, so you always give better name. So logically we can use this name again and again. Come on. Okay, now we have all the key value come up. So maybe you can write in this way. Let's say I only want to print the value only for the country. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so we can write in this way. I'm checking if my key is equals to country, because country is a string. Okay, that value I want to print. See here, I will print. Same code you can do in this way also directly. Data, I only want to print country. This also be possible. This is by default my data structure dictionary give to us. Okay, same thing we have achieved here. But if you know this kind of code, you know something my dictionary might not provide. For example, I want to print country name plus my email. It doesn't support. Okay, so you can retrieve two things in this way. But because you know this concept, then you can perform this. I can say if my key is country or my key is email, in both the cases, then it's all or. Print the values here. So if you know this kind of concept, you can construct your own custom code depending on requirement. Or to make my code more clear, we can write this kind of way. Okay, what you looking for? What you looking for? So I'm looking for this thing. So we can create a separate list. You know what I show you today. So I'm looking for these two things. So I'm making a list of conditions the way I show you guys today only. So all the conditions what you're looking for, you write here. Okay, this is what the condition we are looking for. Okay, and instead we write this condition here to make my code bigger. Right now this is why two things, but may have multiple things to plan. So we can remove this and we can say or means any you're looking for. There's also one way we can think of. Now see, this is what they printed. Name, right? They printed for you. So there might be some more changes you can do here, but I'm just trying to tell you what our concept I explained you already. So that's what you can do. But let me come to this way, this example back. Okay, and let me use this key here. You have to do some more extra change here to check, because keys value is not assigned initially. But let me use here. But I'm showing you guys the way, and also what we discussed already. We can do a lot of customization on and make a code more look and simple and clean. Okay, that's what we can do here. Okay, now one more thing I want to tell you here is, like this in the dictionary, in a data, these are the functions we have depending upon requirement. You can use that particular function. You know, items, key, values, right? You know, copy, get, we might use in the future, but a lot of functions they support. But one thing we have guys here as issue, this is the dictionary we have. I am looking for something. Let's say I am looking for email. Okay, I'm looking for email. I want to retrieve this value. But by chance, accidentally, okay, or maybe due to some other reason, if you write the wrong spelling or if you write something wrong here, the key if not exists, this will give the error. Okay, it's good thing they give the error. But sometime guys in the programming language, if you use this code and if you use somewhere, so your program will fail. So if you type this code in a normal program file, and after this you have some more code you have, if this code line fail, the entire remaining code will fail. Okay, and sometimes there is some use cases you will see in the future where we have the dictionary with us, okay, with us, and we are looking for some key. Okay, some key. Let's say we're looking for key, let's say called postal code. Okay, in order to retrieve this key. Then if it's not retrieved, we don't have, then we go somewhere, go to internet, go somewhere, download this key and use it. Okay, so first I want to retrieve this. If I have this information, I will retrieve, otherwise I go somewhere else. But when I go here to retrieve this, okay, go here to retrieve this, it's not available, it failed, so my entire program will fail. Even though we have one concept called exception handling, we will see in the future class if anything had error come up, how to handle this situation instead of my program will fail. There's a different point. But right now in this example, there's a lot of requirement come up where you don't looking for some information is not there, looking for key some not there, then you go somewhere else to retrieve. But before you go somewhere to retrieve, before this your program will fail. So that is a reason it is recommended. Okay, it's recommended. If you want to use and want to create a dictionary, don't create in this way. This is what the typical older way I can say to create the dictionary. So this is the typical older way where it is this one. I don't know where it is, this one. So this is the older way, all right, to create the dictionary. Concept is same, everything is same, but this is what the little bit older way to get the dictionary. Okay, even though guys, I want to tell you one more small thing. In the dictionary, if you want to add one more information, let's say I want to add my mobile number. So we can also add. I'm just giving extra information here. So one more key added, mobile number with value. So we can add, there's a different part. But if something is not available, let's say postal code, it will fail. So point is, if this fails, the entire program will fail. So that is a reason it is not good practice to create a dictionary in this way. So how we can create? So for this, Python has given a module to perform this. Okay, name of the module is called collection module. So there's one module called collection. Why I say collection? Because normally guys, this key value pair, this key value pair is like a managing the data. It's called data structure. Sometimes data structure of a lot of data you want to collect are also known as collections. So that is the reason they have the module called collection. Okay, and I told you multiple times, even though we have a dedicated class on module come up where I explain the module from very basic, but modules means is like one module, like a one big program file we loaded here, and this program file give us lots of functions. Okay, for example, if you run dir function on the collection, these are the functions they give us to use. So a lot of functions they have to be used. Okay, one of the functions that I'm looking for right now to use is called default dictionary. Okay, so in this collection, if you want to use a default dictionary as a function, you can use. Okay, what this function will help me? This function will help me to create a dictionary. Means, let me comment this line first. If you want to create a dictionary, this is one of the way. Let's say data one. This is one of the way. It's empty dictionary, nothing is there. One of the way. But there's one more way to create the dictionary by this function. This is also one of the way to create the dictionary, right? But one more thing I want to explain you. In this dictionary, what I created right now, in this dictionary, right, what we have defined in this dictionary, we say my values is this is string, this is string, this is string. So in this dictionary, we mentioned that my data that we are storing is a string. So I can say data, this variable is a data structure, but in this data structure we are storing a data of type, this is called data type called string. So we have to write here, when you create a dictionary, what kind of data type you want to store. So you have to give your data type name, even though in the help there's no mention here, but you have to give a data type. So let's say if you're looking to store the string, write str. Means I want to store the string. Okay, here. And now this will be your final dictionary. Let's say my dictionary. That's all. So the way you create a dictionary here is an empty dictionary. Exactly same I created here by this way. Almost everything is same. Okay, whatever you have done, all the functions are same, right? But this will give you some extra capabilities. One of the capabilities they give is this kind of issues can be solved. But right now, if you print this dictionary, is empty. Okay, if you see the type of this dictionary is a collection, means it come from actually collection module, but it's a dictionary only. Okay, but in this dictionary right now, none of the data we have is empty, exactly look like this. But in the dictionary, if you want to store something, same way, let's say I want to store my ID. Okay, my ID, let's say, would be 1. Okay, so in this dictionary, my 1 will be stored. Now in this dictionary, I want to store, let's say my dictionary, I want to store the name. This name would be Vimal. So we can store. Okay, Vimal can store. Interesting thing is, in this dictionary, you want to retrieve your name, you can retrieve the way you normally retrieve. In this dictionary, if you want to retrieve all the items, you can retrieve. All the functions are same, but extra benefit you achieve is, if you try to retrieve any value, let's say postal code again, because this is not available, in this case, your program doesn't give any error. Okay, it doesn't give error. They say directly is not available. This symbol means none, is not available. So at least they are not giving, even though because we are looking for, they also create, but with none. And because we are looking for this, it means they think they were looking for it, but it's not available. So first they create for you, but they make it none. So in the future, you want to fill, you can fill it. What you achieve, at least, one of the example you achieve is this part. Because I've seen, if you create algorithms or the code to solving some problems, dictionary is a very common thing we use, and commonly by mistake or commonly in some exam ideas, you have to find out something. If not available, error makes the entire program corrupt. Okay, so it's a very important critical point. Okay, so that is the reason it is always recommended to create a dictionary by this, and in this case, guys, there is no error coming. Okay, so there's one point I want to add. So having this is always good choice. Otherwise, all the concept what we normally do in the dictionary, you can do here. Okay, so there is one point to be added. One more thing I want to tell you guys here is, for this I would like to create a list first. Let's say this is my list of the name, Vimal, this is Bob, let's say this is Eric. So this is a list of the name we collected, and we are looking for the name that does Vimal is there in the list. Okay, so there's a keyword called in we can use. Yes, it's there, but does Linux is there in the list? We are looking for this name. No, it's not there. I think this in keyword I already explained in my last class. Okay, but same thing we can do in my dictionary also. Let's say we have this dictionary created. Initially, I created data dictionary. I'm using the same one. Sometimes, guys, it is also useful, right? If you want to check this particular key is available or not. So does mob key is available in this dictionary? Yes, true, is available. Okay, but does the postal code key is available in this dictionary? No, it's not available. Okay, so my point here, why I'm saying this point to you, if you're looking to check this key is available or not, you can use the in keyword. Sometimes it's helpful. If you don't want to use default dictionaries, sometimes you won't want to use, or sometimes you don't know also, this is also exist in the Python. So if you're using this older technique of creating a dictionary, so in the future, if you want to add any new value, okay, and to retrieve, let's say this value, program fail. So better practice would be, before you retrieve any value in the dictionary, you have to check, does PC is one key is available in the dictionary? If this is available, true, then only I will retrieve this value. Okay, else I'll say what you're looking for, not available. Not available. Okay, so if you don't know this, sometimes you don't know collection, if you don't want to use collection also in some cases, then if you want to solve this issue of error, you can solve it this way. So before we retrieve the value, we check if it's not there, then we can check by this way. But if it's available, for example, I'm looking for email and email is available, so they will retrieve the email for us. Okay, so that's also one of the way to use. Okay, now I want to tell you one more thing, guys. Lots more operation we can do in the map. That's called actually dictionary here. Okay, one of the very common operations that we can do is there's some examples, guys. What you will see in some example, you will see that you have the dictionary, let's say data. So let's say you go out in the market, your team of volunteers, and you're doing some survey, and some of your team member collected this information. Okay, some of the team member collected some other information. Let's say this is, let me create a code one more time so there will be no confusion. Copy. All right, so one of my team member, team 1, collected this information. I have some other team member, they collected some other information about your client and users, right? So let's say they collected about postal code, and there's a postal code is 111. And let's say somebody collected the information about about gender, for example. Gender would be, let's say, male. Okay, so technically different team when you're volunteering prospecting, you're collecting the information. Okay, but point here is team 1 collect some information, team 2 collect other information, but both the information is a one single information about somebody. Okay, so what we want to do here, what I want to do here, okay, both this both this dictionary I want to connect together. Okay, means I want to add together, become one single dictionary. And guys, this is concept called merge. Okay, and it's so interesting, guys, to merge. Very simply we can merge the dictionary. The team 1 I want to merge with team 2. Okay, and guys, there is one powerful way to merge, and this syntax is only supported in Python 3.9 and above, because this is very common use cases. Okay, and it's very common in programming language and concept to merging the dictionary and the map. Okay, in these kind of examples. So before 3.9 we have to use some kind of other way, for loop and other way to merge the things, right? But here in the Python 3, because it's a very common thing, so Python 3 and above, like Python 3.10 and above, okay, they come up with this feature. This is one of the new features they add here. And how? So they come up with this merge symbol. This symbol is a pipe symbol in your keyboard. With the backslash you will find the symbol. Okay, what they do, they will merge this thing and say this is a final data. That's all. Okay, now what you will see here, this merge, entire list has been merged together. Okay, so this is the merge dictionary symbol supported in 3.9. Okay, right now in my current version of Python, if you're looking for the current version of the Python, in the sys module we have, in the sys module we have a version keyword. The version is 3.9 and above, so that's what is supported. But if you go for this live interpreter right now, what I show you here, if you check the version of the Python, okay, so the version over here is less than 3.9. In this example here, if I try to do the same code, let me show you. So let me copy the code let me paste here even. Okay, copy next code, paste here, and try to do this. So because this is less than 3.9 Python version, okay, so what you will see, it won't work here. So let me run, and you see this message that you're trying to do some with the dictionary, and dictionary, the symbol, this operation doesn't support. So there's a new syntax in the Python 3.9 and above the supported. Okay, likewise guys, I have a lot of more example, that is the new features come in the Python. I will keep on sharing with you. That's what I told you in my first day also. But knowing these features will make your life very simple. Okay, otherwise same thing we can do in Python older version also, but like not just one symbol do our task, right, very quickly. But if you use the other version, older version, same doing the merging, we have to write a lot of extra code for this. I'll show you the code, because the code will give you extra knowledge. That's a different point. For learning the Python, knowing the extra code is always good. Okay, more extra code you know, more you think you know without this, that makes more sense, because we're learning. But in the real world, if you're doing some programming, how quickly, fastly and simply you can write the code, that always make the sense. So where this kind of symbol is very much helpful. Okay, so you can think in this way. Now let me show you guys, without the symbol also, how can you work, how can you merge two different dictionary. So before this, I want to explain one small concept, okay, of the function. What is function? We guys know, when you create a function, let's say an export function, the function created, print something, let's say I give the function x as input, x the print, very simple, nothing new for you, and the print pop for you. Okay, but guys, in the function, if you want to send a single value, single variable we need, but you want to send a value, multiple value as a list, it will fail. You guys know, because a multi-value, so I have to make this variable data structure like a list or tuple, then it will work. Okay, but if you create a function, and if you want to send a dictionary in the function, okay, let's say I want to call this function and I want to send a dictionary as ID colon 1, maybe name colon Vimal. Okay, so in the function, if you want to send the, what is this is called dictionary, okay, dictionary would be, basically we can write in the curly braces, dictionary. So right now this entire dictionary is stored in x, because x is a tuple, so a tuple will think is like a one single value. But if you send the dictionary in this way, it will fail. So my point here is, if you want to send the dictionary in the function, right, how can you send? So for this we have some special symbol. Okay, we can use this special symbol to send the dictionary, right? So the symbol is this star, 2 stars. Okay, single without star, x means normal variable. What's called parameter here? Parameter here. Star means this is known as like a list or tuple. Okay, and it is also typically known as, in this example, the right word is called non-keyword arguments. Okay, parameter we can also use the word non-keyword. Why non-keyword? Because guys, when you create a list, okay, list doesn't have any keyword, right? List is like list, so the list, there's no key in this list. For example, in dictionary we have the key, ID is the key, name is the key. list or tuple doesn't create have any key. Okay, that is a reason this symbol is known as non-keyword argument. Okay, so they have capability to store multiple data like a list, but non-keyword means non-dictionary. It will fail. Okay, but if you want to store a keyword argument that is always your dictionary, then we can use double symbol. Okay, so this symbol means in the Python this X is a variable that has a capability, even though if you check the data type also, if you try to print the data type, just for checking, and we call this function with some random data, for example, it failed because 0% argument 1 has given, because I have to give the data, let's say maybe X or X and the Y colon, even though we give in this way, in the dictionary way. Okay, what they should let me show you the way actually to send. But technically, what I'm talking about here, I'll show you how to send this. So typically, guys, this concept is known as, if you use this two symbol, this is known as keyword arguments. Okay, so this is known as keyword arguments. Keyword arguments. Okay, this symbol means they have a capability to take the key also and take the value also. Okay, so depend, guys, what data you are sending while calling. How to send, how to store, I'll show you. I am just giving you the concept here, or the idea here. Okay, so you think you're sending single value, use X. You think you're sending list of values, okay, use single star like for list and tuple. But think you want to send a key value pair, then you have to use double symbol. This is called keyword arguments. Now, based on this just information here, let me create one example. So let's say I'm going to create a function, let's say my Linux world function. Okay, I'm going to create one variable, let's say Y. Okay, and I want to store, let's say I want to store Y in a I variable. Okay, I variable. And I want in the Y, we can write also in this way also, here also. I want Y, they will pick the keyword argument and store in I, and let's say I want to print that. Print that, right? One small thing, because this is a keyword argument, okay, you have to store this guy into the curly braces. That's one small point, because Y will give me key value pair, because they give key value pair, so we have to store curly braces to hold it. Okay, now if you want to call this function, I'm guys giving a very basic syntax right now to use this. Now if you want to send any data, you can send the data in this way. Let's say the data is ID 1, copy data with name, let's say so this is the dictionary we send as a argument or inside the function. This entire data is stored in Y as a variable, okay, as a normal data. What I mean by this, if I just print Y, just to show you how they store, okay, they store a normal data, because they store as it is, so that's why I'm using a normal data. Okay, now what I did, I want to do something on this data, so I use this operation here. This convert my data into actual dictionary this way, so I can use some operation on the I. For example, now if I check, now in this case, if I use the type of I, and guys, this code maybe looks a little bit complex. I don't know why I make it complex, but if you see data type, so now it will convert to dictionary. Okay, so And point is, I can use, even though if you use the type here in the y also, just to trying to print the data type of y, just to show you. This is also dictionary. So I'm just trying to tell you, you can send the dictionary directly in this way also, okay, or in this way also. I'm just trying to tell you, this is also direct way to send, and this is also way to send. Okay. Finally, your function has a capability to get this dictionary. Now, what you want to do with the dictionary would be your choice. Okay, this is also one of the way to get the dictionary. So we'll talk a little bit about this symbol more in a minute. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me little bit more elaborate this example. If we have this way, why we want this symbol to be used. Okay, so let me take one construct example, powerful example, so we understand the use of this. Why not why directly use, why we use this symbol. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one function, let's say my merge function. This will take the dictionary number 1 and this will take the dictionary number 2. My motto is, okay, I want to retrieve the entire data of dictionary 1. Then I want to retrieve the entire data of dictionary 2. Okay, dictionary 2. And then want to create a new dictionary out of it. And this new dictionary I want to return. This is my plan. So in this case, if you call this function, and now if you want to pass the first dictionary, let's say this is dictionary number 1 that has the ID colon 1, maybe this dictionary name colon Vimal. So this is dictionary 1, right? So this entire data is a one dictionary. This entire data is stored in D1 as a variable. Okay. Now let me create one more dictionary. Let's say next dictionary is called country colon the country may be India. So this is an independent dictionary. This is an independent dictionary. Okay. Motto is this dictionary is stored in D1 variable. This dictionary is stored in D2 variable. Maybe if you want, you can print it D1 separately, D2 separately. Let me first comment this line. Working fine. This is printed. This is printed. So this data is stored in D1. We printed. This data is stored in D2. We printed. Or we can use also. The motto is here. I don't want to print. My motto is I want to, okay, retrieve not the dictionary, retrieve the data of this dictionary. And because you only want to retrieve the data of the dictionary, okay, you have to use this star symbol. If you don't want to retrieve the entire dictionary, you only want to retrieve the data, key value pair of this dictionary, then you have to use this star symbol. Why you want to retrieve only this part and this part? Because this part I want to add here and this part I want to add here, where in a new dictionary. Okay, and this is the great example to understand where to use double. And this is again same example that we have performed today in the list. This example I created today. We create a function and somebody will pass the entire list, but you don't want to looking for a list. You want to only retrieve the data from the list, not the list. Because you use the list according to the way I create a program they fail. I can different program to program, but this program I am using loop and not loop, we are using adding number with the data, it won't work. So according to this program, if you send the list data with the list data structure, it will fail. So that is the reason if you only want to retrieve the data of it, not the list data structure, only data of it, we use this symbol. One single star is only to retrieve data from the list. Okay. Similarly, if you want to retrieve not the entire dictionary with the curly braces or the dictionary data type, only want to retrieve the data, then you use a double symbol. This will keep keyword arguments. Okay, one of the good example why I want to retrieve it. Okay, because after I retrieve, then both this data we can put in new dictionary. That is one of the reason we can have. Okay, and now this data, comma this data, comma this data, remove the curly braces, become a new dictionary, and for what we actually finally got it, we got the merge. Okay, so guys, this is the older way to merge the dictionary, but I intentionally show this example because I want to explain you the use of keyword arguments. Okay, keyword arguments. So in this case, you can use this keyword kind of argument if you are looking for. And this also guys covered the merge concept. Okay, so now at your choice, you want to merge something, you can use this way, or you can use the simple symbol to merge. Okay, so both the way you have. So if you have using Python 3.9 less than 3.9, this symbol you can't use. The only way to merge it this way. But this way you also give extra information as a for learning perspective. So in the future, if you want to, if you want to retrieve only the key value part of this data somewhere to use, and you don't want to pass the entire dictionary, right? Then this is a symbol you can use. One of the good use case is this example. Okay, other use case maybe you already have some dictionary created into this data and want to add something also after this with other by manually adding the data. This may be other cases you can use this. Okay, so this one more thing guys about the dictionary. Okay, now one more small thing I want to tell you. The way wise we created dictionary, I'm taking this simple example here. Okay, so way you created a dictionary, let me take this example. Okay, dictionary. So guys, right now we are holding only one single values. Okay, but the plan may be if you want to manage your data structure in a tabular way, okay, where you want to store 4 values, maybe ID, maybe name, maybe country, maybe email. Okay, and typically in the real world we have lots of records, record number 1, record 2, record 3, record 4, record 5s. Okay, so it means I have multiple IDs, ID1, ID2, ID3, ID4, ID5, multiple name, Vimal, Pop, Eric, Sarah, John. Country may be different, India, US, Australia, something like this. Email may be different. Okay, so this is a very common thing where I have lots of values for ID, lot of name for name, lot of country name for country. So if you want to organize this data, so it look like, okay, your column name, guys, when I explain you NumPy array, when column name is given by NumPy 0, 1, 2, 3, but here I want to give my own column name. My column name is ID, column name is name. So this column name is known as key here, but every key has a lot of data. And guys, whenever you want to store multiple data, then this data is a list. So what I mean by this, if you have this kind of data you want to organize, okay, then ID would be have 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. Let me tell you, right, 4. Okay, so if you want to store multiple data in one single key is like a normal variable, then it would be a list. So in this example, ID is a key. By looking at this example, IDs look like column name, and is the data. Similarly, country is a key or the column name, country containing multiple data. India is one country, let me write copy India, let me write one more time India, okay, or let's say one more time US. So this is a list we have. Well, let me write in this way. Next line to have proper clarity. Okay. So this example, guys, will be exactly like tabular format where we have key value pair or column name and having a multiple different list. Okay. Now name will be, let me write very quickly, Vimal. This is very common, way you will see a lot in the real world as an Umesh, and let me use Sarah as one list. And if you talk about the email will be this one. So mostly, guys, in the real examples, this is very, very commonly seen and way you have the data with you. Let me change the name. This may be S, this may be U, this may be P. So this is a good example of managing data. So now this is exactly look like this. This is how I created as a visual diagram, but this is what the actual thing is. If anybody looking for you and tell me all the email addresses you have in the company, I want to send the bulk emails. So now all the emails come up. You can send it. Okay. Or if somebody say I want to count the number of number of names you have, so I can say team. Okay. I have these are the names we have, right? But you count, because finally is a list, and the list, guys, if you want to count the items, so it's called length. So you can use your length function. So length is one function available. You can count total 4 persons name we have right now. Okay. Or you want to count the total number of countries you have, again same way you can set team. Okay, I want to find my country. Total of 4 countries we have. Okay, and now if you, in this example, guys, if you want to count the number of countries, you use length function, but technically they give the error here. Error means wrong information here, 4, because technically this will give the list, and when you use the length function, we give the space also here. Good practice, don't give the space. When you give the length, they will count 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 give. But technically, we know this India come 3 times because 3 employees in my company belongs to India. But my requirement is I want to count the total countries we have where my customer located or my clients or employee located. Typically only 2 we have, right? One is India, one is US. But why this only 4? Because they're actually literally counting the total number of strings or total number of elements. So in this kind of use case, right, if you're only looking for the unique names or you want to remove the duplicates, so for this in the Python we have one data type or data structure, I can say, called set. What I mean by this, let me give very quick example here. Let me create one list called 1, 2, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 3, 2. So this list we have. Okay, list will print all the names, but if you're looking for in the list, whenever any name come again and again, you want to remove the common names or remove the duplicates. You only want to use the unique. Okay, so in this case, this list we can store in a different data type, and this is called set, and this is symbol we use for the set. Now guys, here automatically while storing they will remove the duplicates. Okay, and if you see the data type of the set is S is the set, that type. So this is one of the great capability of the set, and sometimes very useful in creating some logics. Okay, by chance, guys, the symbol is also look like dictionary. Same symbol dictionary used, but only difference is how Python component set is not dictionary because they have don't any key value pair. So if you add the key value pair, then this symbol makes this as dictionary. If you don't add any key value pair, then symbol makes that as normal set. Okay, So again, set is also one data type or data structure, I can say. Now these are the functions they supported. So a lot of functions they have. You want to remove some data, you want to add new data, and lots of other operations you can perform. So if you guys go for any advanced data structures topic like disjoint set using some other very advanced algorithms, so set is a one very commonly used topic. Union data structure, disjoint data structure we use, right? Again, we are not a DSA class as such, but some use cases set is very important. But let's say this is set we have. In this set, I want to add new data. Let's say I want to add 9 and add it. But in this set, I want to add new data. Let's say 4. So 4 is already there. So they're very smart. They know already there. There's nothing to add. So 4 already exists. So in the set, if you want to remove something, we can ask the help. Okay, if you want to remove any element from set, it must be member, obviously. So you can give the functions. So give the name. Let's say I want to remove 3. So 3 will be removed. So those things related about the set. Okay, now let me use the set here where I'm looking for. So because right now this country giving me a lot of country names, but most of country is same, right? And my requirement is to tell me the total number of different countries we have. So first, this list we can convert into set. How? Set is also one function. So any list we can convert into the set. Now they will give me the unique country names. And now as soon as the unique country name come up, now we can count the total number of elements. You can use the length function and can put this everything inside the length function. Now total to come up. That's what we're looking for. So we're looking for the total number of countries we have, that where my client located. So total 2 countries we have where my client has been located. Okay, so this can be possible, and set is again one example I would like to tell you. Okay, but having this kind of dictionary is very much common, and on the top of this, whatever you wanted to do, you can perform. Okay, so multiple loops you can write. Maybe instead of list, you can use maybe array sometime if you want, right? It will be anything, depend upon your requirement. But this example is very useful. Okay, and this is what normally we arrange the data structure. Okay, so this is also one good example to have and see, right? So dictionary is done. So let's do one thing. A lot of information I've given to you, but guys, I'm giving only those information that is actually useful in the software developers world, in any of the programming language. But some extra thing I'm giving you that is been exclusive for the Python. That's Python support. Okay, so if you go to advanced data structures, creating a algorithm logics, go to advanced algorithm you want to create, very important problems you're solving, putting this concept in some technological tools for automating something like Devops and the scripting world, right? So having this knowledge makes your code quickly created, properly planned, designed. Otherwise, thing won't work, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go for a break, right? After break, I have a much more important point to be discussed. Okay, for example, lambda. What is lambda? Filter maps, and something about functions also. Some more interesting tips and tricks. Maybe if you got the time, we will start the object-oriented programming today. Otherwise, tomorrow we will start. Okay, so that's what about this. So right now it's 16:20 IST time. After 25 minutes, we will continue the next portion. So at 16:45 IST, we will resume from the break. Okay, see you guys. Bye, take care. So guys, welcome back, and let's continue some more interesting concept about the Python. So now next point would be, let's see something basic but very useful, right? So let's say we have this requirement. I have some string. Okay, I have some string and say this is Vimal welcome you, something like this. So this string has been guys printed. But whenever guys you print this string, they will always Vimal will gonna welcomes you, right? But what I want to do, instead we fix this Vimal, I want to change this value always. So what can we do? We will take the name in the name variable, let's say Vimal in this case again. So whatever the name my customer feed, we store in n variable, and I want to replace the n over here. Okay, so it is something like this. Again, let me copy this line and let me store this into s as a variable. This line. So what I want, I don't want to fix this name. Okay, why? Because this name is I will take from the customer, and whenever they give the name, this name I will store in n variable, and what is the value of the n I want to update here. So in this case, maybe we can try with the n variable directly here. Okay, so in this case, if you run the s, again n will be printed, because guys, I told you in my first class, anything that you write between the double quotes and single quote, they will become a normal string. But you have to tell to the Python that this place is holding a variable. It is just not a normal string. It is the place where they're holding a variable. So to tell anything to Python that in the string, this place is not the static string. There's a place who is want to take the value from the variable. So for this, you don't have to give the variable name. We have to use this symbol called curly braces. Okay, it means when you run this string, now this is curly braces they printed right now, but this curly braces means if you want to replace this place with some value, okay, you can replace this. How? So this string has their own internal function called format function or format method. So after the string, because this function belongs to a string, so after string we can write dot and the function name format, and by the help of format we can give a value. Let's say I want to give the value called pop. So whatever value you give here, it will be replaced at this position. So now when you run, you can see this will be replaced, this value will be replaced here. Now it is your choice. You want to give the pop, you want to give the value called 5. So whatever value you pass here, it will replace to this placeholder. Now it is your choice where you want to replace. You want to replace here, you want to replace here. Where I want to replace, you just give the symbol. So this will be a placeholder to hold the value for whatever value you pass here. Now either you give the value here directly, you can give the variable name also from here. So this value is stored in this variable name, and this variable name we can pass here. So we will print it. So by, it's like a very interesting thing. Just by changing this person here and there, we can take this value from somewhere, and the somewhere is called format, and format will take this value from somewhere and they will print here. It means if you want to welcome by somebody, for example, by pop, somebody input this value and format take this value and replace this string. So technically you can think in this way also. This is my string is not completed. Format function will give some value to the string, means they format the string and give me the final string to us. This is how it works. Okay, again, this concept is in the string. If you want to take the value from outside, okay, in this place or placeholder, this process is called string interpolation. So what we have done, we have interpolate, means go inside the string and ask in the string, do you have any special variable? If yes, I would like to replace the value with some value. Okay, So this is what we had in string interpolation. And in the Python, if you want to do the string interpolation, format function is one of the way. We have other approach also, but format is a very common approach to do the interpolation. Okay. Now, but there is a possibility. Maybe I have a string something like this. This is Vimal welcomes you on second. Okay, or maybe by, for example. So I don't want to fix this 2. I also want to replace this value. Okay. In this case, if I run my code, it will fail. Why? Because we are looking for 2 placeholder, or we have 2 placeholder, means we are looking for 2 values. And if you want 2 values, because we are passing only one single value, they fail. They say you are looking for 2 values and some kind of this error come up. Let's try to tell you that you are only giving me one single value. So point is simple. If you're looking for 2 values, so you have, let's say I'm going to create a one t as a variable, let's say 5. Okay, here I can pass t, n and t. Okay, and guys, again the order also matter, right? The first value replace with this, second variable value will replace with this. So if you have 2 placeholder, 2 values you have to type. Now why they're failing, it shouldn't. Yeah. They work. Okay, but yeah, obviously if you change the place, then the value will be replaced in this way. So technically the actual syntax of this particular code would be like this. Okay, format is a one function of the string or the method of the string. This is like a tuple. Okay, having this has the position called 0 and this having a position called 1. So whichever have the position 0 replace in the first placeholder, whatever have the next position will is replaced in the second position. Okay, so this is how it works, and that is the reason, guys, if you give some more values, let's say I'm giving a 6 directly here, so they give this error. Even they're not giving the error because first will be replaced here, second replace here. But yeah, if you have lesser value, if you have they are looking for more, they give this error. So we are giving a tuple, and because we have 2 placeholder. Okay, so my first placeholder is a 0 replaced by this, but second placeholder called 1 is out of range. We don't have this. So this is what the error technical means here. Okay, but now it will work, obviously. One more thing I want to tell you guys here. Internally, this placeholder is taking the value from 0. So internally, if you write or don't write, they have the 0 written here. Second position will take the value from the second position. Internally, you write or not, 1 is there. It means if you write or don't write, 0 is there. You write or not write, 1 is there. So the internal position arguments number or position number or index number they have. It means this value they have. So sometime if you want to change the position, you can change also by changing this value 1 and 0. Now this place will take the value from the index number 1 and this place will take the value from index number 0. So you can say, or maybe sometimes the requirement I want to take both the place index number 1. So this person, they will take the value, or let's say maybe index 0, both the sides. So both the sides pop well. Okay, so this also can be possible. Okay, so this is the idea, guys. This is how we can string interpolate any in the string. If you want to take the value from outside to store somewhere in between or to part of the string, right? It's called string interpolation. You can use the format function. It's one of the way to do it. Okay, and in this example, maybe right now we make the pop fix, but maybe when who run the program, I can use the function called input. Input is one function, guys, in the Python. When this function run, this function will take the input from the keyboard. Okay, for example, if I type the input Vimal, enter. Okay, and now let me add 1 cell here. Now if you want to print n, you can see n value will become 1. So input is a one function in the Python who take the input from the keyboard. So when you run the function, they ask the input, let's say tell me your name, tell me your company name, tell me your cloud you want to use, tell me your IoT device you want to connect with. So depend upon the requirement what kind of input you are looking for. And where I want to use the input, that will be again your further choice. Input like a variable only. Okay. One more input, small thing. If you run the input, they will directly ask what you're looking for. Let's say I say check. But sometimes because this code is visible to us, but when you write the code and provide to the users, they never see the code. They directly run the functions or your program. Okay. So it is always good practice. 1 minute. So I run this code 2 times. Let me close this program, stop this program. So it is always good practice. Inside the input function, if you run, we can also prompt. Okay, by the prompt is none. Means don't ask any information. But you can write a string. For example, enter your name. You can add the string. It means now it look like very clear. Somebody looking for the name. Let's say my name is Harry. Enter. So in this variable Harry is stored, and now wherever you want to use this variable, that will be your choice. So here we use n and we replace here, and Harry will be printed here. Okay. So string interpolation, guys, is very common thing and very useful. You should know this. Okay. This is one thing I want to tell you. One more thing I would like to tell you, nothing very technical, but sometimes very useful. Again, this is a concept I already explained to you in the Python. Okay, if you want to print something, okay, let's say we have, let me use these variables. Let's say x equals to Vimal. Okay, maybe let's say y equals to 10. If I want to print my name, let's say x, so we can very simply print it. Okay, but we can do in this way also. Okay, we can do in this way also. If you want to print the name, okay, if you want to print the name, so you can write some condition directly on the print. Okay, what I mean by this. So what can you do while printing? While printing, you can write here directly condition. I will print the value of x. I will print the value of x. The condition would be for example. Maybe for example, if y is greater than 5, then I will print the x. Otherwise, this is called else. I will print, let's say, other name Jack. Okay, so that's what we can do. So if I run this, so guys, here we will print, because in this case y is 10, 10 is greater than 5, so value of x will be printed. Okay, but let's say this value is 1 and this condition is false, so then check print. So this syntax, guys, I already explained you in my last class. Same thing we have done with the variables also. Okay, but we can use the same syntax directly with the print also. So it look like one single code, one single line. We can perform printing also and checking the condition also. So sometimes it's very, very useful. Okay, so let me show you guys some more thing. For example, let's say we have some database, okay, and we have multiple values. Okay, and what I'm looking for, I want to print, okay, which value here, okay, or element here is the most frequent element. Okay, means 4 is element, 3 is element, 5 is element, which element come more frequently. So obviously, guys, we as a human being, as we can see, 4, 1, 2, 3. So 4 look like very frequent element, I can say. So there is a lot of use case. Maybe guys, you have running your own website, and a lot of client is coming to you, and when the client come, they come with the IP address, and I want to check. Okay, I want to check which IP address which client visit our website most frequent. Maybe we have some list, and the list we store always our client IP address who connect to you, IP1, IP2, again same client come. So every time anybody visit, I've been storing the IP address. My company is looking for, I am looking for the IP address who visit the most, or I'm looking for the customer who buy the most. Let's say this is the customer name or the customer IDs. So multiple, this is very common use case guys, we normally do. Okay, so how to do this? We can use typical if and else conditions, use array and some kind of checks we can do. Okay, by normal typical programming concept, but in the Python we can do it very quickly, maybe just by one single line of code. Just in one single line of code we can find out the element that is most frequent element. So we are looking to find the most frequent element or data here. And what is the requirement? Multiple use case I already told to you we can do. So how can we do this? So before I show you the code, let me give you two basic concept of Python. One, if you have a list and if you want to find which is the maximum value here, so we have max function. Let me use this variable here, let's say d, and if you want to find the max, so we can find the max of so max is a function guys who will tell the maximum. So this is the maximum number, they will tell you. So it's a very simple function we have in the Python. One more function guys we have in the Python is d is a list, and the list guys, there is one function called count. Count function we have in the list. Okay, when I run this function, let me check the help also. Okay, they say they will tell the occurrences of the values. You have to give the value. Means if I run this, obviously they fail because we have to give one value. Means if you say I want to check the total occurrences of 5, how many times we have the 5 here? They say 0 times. How many times we have a 6 as a value here? 2 times, because 6 come 2 times. Or how many times the 3 come as a value? 1 time. So this is one function guys in the list we have. Now based on these two topics or these two concepts, we can connect this concept together and solve our most frequent problem here. How we can solve? So idea is very simple. What we are looking for, okay, we are looking for most frequent number. So how can we solve this problem based on this requirement and the knowledge that we have now? Okay, how we can solve? Idea is very simple. If we can somehow we can find out the total number of occurrence of 4. So 4 is a number. How many times 4 come? Let's say 4 come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Then we go to next 3. The total occurrence of 3. How many times 3 come? 1, 2, 3 times for example. Now 4 we already checked. 5. How many times the 5 come? So 5 come 1, 2 times. Then we go to 6. How many times 6 come? 1 time. Okay, so I want, if we can create this kind of information or this kind of table, and guys this table more look like a dictionary. See here, more look like a dictionary. Okay, here this is 4 is a key and 7 is the value. But here in this dictionary, this dictionary has a meaning. What this dictionary store? They store 4 comes 7 times, 3 store 3 times, 5 store 2 times in this data. Okay, So this dictionary will talk about the occurrence of the different values in this list. Okay, this is one thing. Now how can you find the occurrences? We have the count function. So we can run the count function, okay, for every values, 4, 3, 4, all the values. Okay, after we have this dictionary created, then what we are looking for, which come most. So obviously guys, we can see here 6 come only once, 5 come 2, 3 come 3 times, 4 come 7 times. So which value come the most? Okay, this one. 4 is a value, okay, come 7 times in this dictionary. Okay, this is what I'm looking for, finding the most frequent element. 4 is a value or the element in this dictionary come 7 times, and they are the maximum. So what can we do? From this dictionary we'll pick all the values and try to find the maximum. Okay, which were the maximum value? The key is the winner. So based on this knowledge, in this example you can use your dictionary concept, for loop, conditions, if else, and create your own code. So if you use the for loop, okay, and your if and else condition, you can get the answer, but it takes some time to construct this code or write that code. Same thing I can do in the one single line of code. How? So we have a max function. What? We are looking for the max of what? This part. So we're looking for the max. Now in the max function, if you see, okay, they ask you two things. They ask you the argument and the key. Okay, and the function. So what I mean by this? So this is the guys help of the max function. Okay. So technically what max function is looking for, this is very function is created by Python. Now what maximum function talking about? Can you first tell me the arguments, all the values you have? Okay, all the values you have. Okay, then you can tell me the key and the function. Okay, what I mean by this? So this, they say max say I can find the max for you. Okay, but you have to tell me the key. On which key you have to find? Technically max is talking about this key. Okay, you tell me a table where you have key value pair. Okay, for example, in our case 4 is a key and value is 7 times 4 come. 5 is a key, come 2 times. So max function say you have to give me this information. Do you have this information right now? That's good. Otherwise you can use a function who can find for you. Okay, so I have this function guys for me. I have this function for me, this function, count function can find for me. So the max function, what can we do? We can give a key. Okay, and this key will run on my data, this DB data, and then I will count. So this function I am going to use right now. Okay, what this function will tell me? This function will give me that 4 come 7 times, 3 come 3 times, 5 come 2 times. This kind of table they give me. Okay, this this count function gave me. Okay, now what you have to do? One more thing you have to do. Okay, before you create this table, okay, you have to give this information also. Okay, you have to give this information, okay, to the max function as an argument or as an iterable. Iterable means we'll pick this one, the next one, next one, next one, next one, like a for loop. You don't have to create a for loop max function and enter for loop for us. Okay, so iterable means we'll keep on going to next. So you have to provide this data. So we have to provide a data here, db as well. So max function will use this data. They ask the key, use this data and do the count. Means 4 come 7 times, 3 come, let's say 3 times. only issue in giving this data is when you creating this table. So how they work, they will first go to 4 and say 4 comes 7 times, then go next 3, let's say 3 come by chance, let's say 3 times, then they go next, again they say 4 come 7 times, again the 5 come, let's say 2 times. So technically what is it they will do for every data. Okay, it means in this list 4 7 times will come repeat multiple times. Okay, and because they repeat multiple time, and then after we have repeated multiple time, then we ask the max function in this key value pair what is the maximum, go and find. Then they're confused because similar kind of data come multiple times, they confuse which line is maximum, so they give this value to us. Okay, that is the reason rather than we give this entire data will, because we are looking the unique keys, right, 4 3 5, so we can use set function. So we can give a set function because you guys know set function will remove the duplicates. So what set function do, you guys know, let me show you one more time. So when on the set function, they will remove duplicate and say these are the only possible values we have. Okay, so max function will take this value 3, send to the key and say tell me the 3 count. 3 come how many times? 3 come 1 2 3 times. Then after go and pick the 4, which is the 4 come how many times? Let's say 7 times. So typically finally this table, what are we looking for, has been created. After this table created, max function will automatically find the max value, because the by default behavior of max function find the max, and max always we have to find the values only. There is no meaning to find the max in key. And the value which is the max in this is 7, so 7 is the max. But because we know this is a key value pair, value will help us to find the max, but they will give the answer whatever the would be, right? So in this case we run this, they will tell 4 is the max, because 7 is the max, and which key associated with 4 will be printed. So there's a very interesting trick actually this is not a Python direct concept, but by this example lot of thing has been covered. One thing, if you want to solve any problem, either you can write a for, if, else conditions and perform the thing, or you can use some internal concept of Python and use multiple different data structure and multiple other concepts to perform the same thing. Okay, so the point was in this db as a variable, okay, which item come maximum time, most frequent. 4 is an element that come the max. Okay, maybe let's say let me add 3 multiple time. Now if I run my code, 3 is the one that come max in this example. Okay, so who will get maximum, who will buy the product maximum, minimum, maximum frequency. This is a very, very common use case in most of the real world example. We have this. Without this also we can construct, but this is when DAG tip and tricks and idea and logic that I explained you in very detail already. So this is one good use case that I cover over here. Okay. Otherwise, this small thing, nothing very, very interesting. This part is guys done actually, but there's some more small things maybe sometimes useful. Like say, for example, I have Vimal as my name, and I want to print Vimal 10 times. So we can write a for loop. But instead of for loop, there is one more way. We can also multiply Vimal with 4. So without writing for loop also, we can actually print, or maybe want to give the space, we can print it. Okay, or maybe we can do it this way. After Vimal, I can say, I told you guys in my last class, you can add 2 strings together. We can concatenate. So Vimal has been concatenated with a space, it's become a new string, and they multiply 4. Okay, but again, and understand one more small thing. they doesn't print Vimal 4 times, instead of space they print 4 times. Because right now guys, you know, mathematical operation in one string, if a plus and multiplication happen once first, then we'll do plus. So technically this operation happen first. Okay, something like this. If I say 5 plus 2 multiply 4, so this will multiply first 8, and 8 plus with 5 is become 30. But you know, if you say no, I want to do plus first then multiply, then you have to put this guy into the bracket. It becomes 7, then 7 multiply 4, then 28 come. Same thing you can do here if they support. Let me check. So we have this and we have this. So first we do the operation inside the parenthesis, means Vimal concurrent with the other string, become Vimal space, then we multiply with the 4. Okay, small operation, but sometime while performing the code, knowing this operation makes a lot of sense. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even though some more extra information about string and list we can do. For example, we have list we have, for example. Okay, list we have, and in this list we have collected multiple data. Okay, let's say this is one data we have, is one data we have, and Linux world is one data we have, and by is one data we have. So the list. Okay, and maybe some guys use case where I have the list but I want to convert this list into the string. Okay, means this element I want to add with this or join with this. Then this will be I want to join with this. This I will join with this. So we have one function called join function. Okay, and in the join function I can give my list name. So I can say my join function do one thing, pick first one, pick second one, join it. Then what the final output would be, this plus is, this will become new string, then pick this one, go to next, join this. So join is the one function that is automate do a for loop for you. The only thing you have to tell in the join function is how you want to join. You want to join this two words with a space, with no space, with dot. So you write after before this. So you want to join with the space. So we can write in this way. So join is a function of the string actually. So this is string. Okay. So what I mean by this? Let me run this. So this string is empty string, and say I want to join something with me. It means go here, pick the this, join with me. Then go here, pick the is, join with me. So finally look like a normal string. Now to your choice, you want to join with space, you want to join with colon, you want to join with comma. So if you join with comma, it's a comma separated file, you know, CSV file. So a lot of data you collected, and you want to convert the data into the CSV format, comma separated values, you can do it. Sometimes some cases you want to join with colon. Sometimes some use cases we can join this. Okay, so this is one operation we can do. Again we have one more operation, just reverse of it. Maybe we have collected some information from somewhere, coming from some file, coming from a network. Maybe one string come to me and this string content multiple different data as a colon separated, right, comma separated, maybe country. So file is a string, but we know in this string every value is a different column, every value is a different value, and ID is different, name is different, and they actually separated by column. But maybe I will guys in my next class show you how to do file handling, means to read the file. In some of the file you can get the data in this way, or maybe in some file you get the data in comma separated CSV file. But finally, after you read the file, what you want to do, you want to only pick the countries, or maybe you only want to pick phone numbers. But technically it is one single string. So what you have to do first, you have to split the string. How? So in S is string, and there is a function called split. Okay, we say we have to split the string and convert into list. They split it, but again they became one single string only. So while splitting your tell, I have the string, and in the string you have, it is separated by comma or colon or space or tab, we don't know. Whatever way you want to split, you want to split it. Okay. In this case, I have this is split by comma. We can write the comma here. So how they do this string, we keep on reading this. As soon as the comma come up, so before the comma, this will be my one value. Then from this comma to comma, this is second value. So it becomes your normal list having multiple values. Okay. And then if you want to retrieve the country name now, because we know country name come in the last is -1, country come up. From this string, if you want to cut the country or retrieve the country part, might be a little bit harder. But after splitting, it's become a normal list, and we can do a lot of operations on the list very quickly. So we first split the string into the list, and we can do all the list operations, whatever we perform, if we like. So in this case, your choice. You tell while splitting how you want to split with a space and comma. So this is normally known as field separator. So who is your field separator? You're right. Sometimes field separator is also known as delimiters. So who is your delimiters? You have to tell over here. In my case, is comma. Maybe sometimes colon, space also. Okay, so very simple operation, but sometimes very much useful. Okay. One more thing, guys, I will tell you. In my last class, guys, I have talked about list comprehension. Okay, let me tell you one more quickly. Let's have a lot of numbers with me. And I want to do a loop on it. And I'm looking forward to create a new list. And my plan is, in this new list, only the even number come up. You guys know even number means they're equally divided. It means that who are divisible by 2. For example, if I say 5 is not equally divided in the 2. They will show you decimals. And how to find out, guys, any number has decimal, those numbers who are not equally divided. And how can you find out? If you divide 5 by 2, if there is no remainder, it means they are equally divided. Okay, and if you divide by 2 and they are equally divided, then they are not an even number, that you guys know. To check does they have a remainder or not, so we have the concept called modulus. So this is a modulus operator we have. If this modulus give you 1, means 1 here is called remainder. If any remainder come up, it means this is not equally divided. But if you try to see with 6, because 6 is equally divided, so this is a modular operator, they give you 0. And one thing, guys, 6 divided by 2 is different, right? It's divisible, 3 come. But this percentage give the remainder. No remainder means 6 is divided by 2, it means 6 is the even number. So this is called modulus operator. Okay. Now, after knowing this concept, let me write the code. So let's say I have to want to create a new list where I want to go inside this number variables. Pick first variable stored in I. Okay, and this I want to store finally in my new list. But my condition would be if if this number means I okay has the modulus operator 2, means this one. So whatever I you pick, by first time you pick 1, and then 1 I will check the modulus 2. Okay, if they give me value equals to 0, it means that number is divisible by 2. If this condition is true, then only I will store I in this list. So 1 is not divisible, 5 is not, 7 is not, 4 is. So when I check with 4 divide by modulus by 2, 0 come up, this condition is true. In this case, whatever value I would be stored here. So finally, these are the list of even numbers. So this concept is very simple. I explain you right now, but this is called list comprehension. In my last class, I explained you this concept and syntax in very detail order. Okay. So we can create a normal if else condition also to perform this, but with the help of list comprehension, we can do it very quickly. But you can do the guys list comprehension on dictionary also. Okay. For example, let me create one dictionary, or maybe we might have one dictionary already created. Okay. So let's say I am looking for something. My requirement may be I want to only store name in my new dictionary. Okay, maybe something like this. So because I want to create a new dictionary, okay, so what I'll do, I'll ask my for loop, go in this data, pick all the items, guys, this concept I already explained to you in top. Pick all the items, store the item in key, because item, guys, they give you tuple, key value pair they give me, take the key value pair, okay, and what a key value pair, I would like to store only the key with value. So technically this what will happen, because this is a dictionary always looking for key, then column value. So this key I am picking from here, this will keep it for here. So finally this will be the same dictionary, no change, because whatever you are taking from this dictionary key value, same key value I am storing here. But in this example, there is one interesting thing we can guys try. In some example you will see in the real world, sometime right now this is a key and this is a value. I want to swap it. I want to make India as a key and country as a value. There might some example come up normally in the real world. Okay, by solving some problem. So now by having this idea, you can do it very quickly. You just change the value and key. This is because this is a variable. We can do it. So from your real dictionary, I pick all the item, key is stored in a key variable, value stored value variable, and by creating a new dictionary, I swap the things. Or maybe creating new. I have a requirement. I have a requirement in my company. Okay, all the key that I am having those key. I want to start with prefix, because I have now my company become MNCs, and every key name, country name, and these variables I want to manage in different way. And so ID I want to set India underscore ID, India underscore country, India underscore name, some kind of extra prefix on that, so that in the future, by looking at the names, look very simple, that this key belongs to which country, which data center, which team. Okay, so how we can add simple, this is like a variable, this variable has like a string, and if you want to add something on the string, we can add like a prefix underscore plus. So it is something like this. It is a string, this also string. Okay, let me use pre only. Now finally this is the new key created. Now you're going to add any prefix, anything add before this is called prefix. If maybe your, let's say you have data center 1, maybe you want to write this way. So something very useful, right? Initially you are handling the data in this way, you become multiple data centers. Now I want every key start with the data center name and with data center name. So this way we can very quickly create a new dictionary with having some prefix. Everything will be same. Okay, or maybe I have a requirement that any value come up with 1, I want to add something on it. So a lot of things we can further do it. Okay, but maybe I have a requirement, for example, I only want to keep the email ID. So I can see here, if key is equals to email. Initially guys, before we do the operation, we always check the if key initially is equals to email, then only I want to perform this. Here only it perform an email. So exactly same logic, guys, what I explained you in my last class of list comprehension. Here what we have done dictionary comprehension. Again the motto was same. Same. I want to perform my main one single feature, one single function operation in one single line. There's a key, an idea of your real programming world, today's programming world, to make a code simple and anybody can read the code, understand the final plan what you're looking for. Okay, so that's what we can do in the list also, right? Now guys, concept I explained to you, merge I explained to you. Anything else? Let's let me guys tell you one more very interesting use case. Okay, very interesting again. Sometime what happen, let's say we create a string, a function, let's say Linux word function, taking input x and printing the x. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here is, for example, what I'm looking for, sometime, okay, when you call the function, okay, and let's say you pass to will print, and in the function if you pass hello will print. Okay, but sometimes we create the function for some purpose would be somebody is sending the data to us, and data actually they're sending in a, I can say my function is looking for the list actually, but data you send is in the string format. Okay, let's say while calling this function, even though let me write a string this way. For example, I have a string, and somehow guys from the internet we collect a list. Okay, list. But by chance guys, any data, normally networking, even though we have networking class also come up in this Python, how to do a network programming, but any data that come from the network, maybe they're coming as a list, but actually they come in a string format. So they look like a list, but it's not list. The type is string. In this case, if I send my data to LL function, it look like the list is not list, it's like a string, and they print like a normal string. It look like they print as a normal list, but it's not normal list, it's a actual normal string they printed here. Even though you want to see the data type also, they print a normal string. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here is finally guys, sometime when we call this function, right, but data we know is going to come in the list, is coming as a list, but it is been encoded inside a string. But if I pass the string as it is to my function won't work. My function finally looking for the list. So point is guys, how can you convert your list string that is encoded in the list into the string format. Also encoding the string into list format. Okay, means this string I want to convert list. So does list function work here? If you use the list function, what they do, list believe everything is a different element. So they take this as a different elements here, they treat one as a different element, they put comma as a different element. Even though, let me tell you one more way. Let's say I have a data D, this I just use, and if you convert the list into string into the list, every character they treat as a element. That's what happening here. So if you convert this string into a list, okay, they convert every character comma also as one element. But we know the square bracket comma is not the string or not the part of a list. list contain only 1, 2 and 3. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, if you are collecting data somewhere, mostly they come into the string format. But inside the string, my actually list is encoded. This is what is inside it. This in the box we have a list is there. So how can we take list out of it from this string? From this string, how can we take the list out of it? Okay, so this is what the requirement is. And this is a very common requirement, guys, in most of real world use cases, because nowadays my data is exchanging mobile apps, web apps, okay, and a lot of data is be transferring. If data is going as a list format, they will convert automatic string. How can you get your list back? Without getting list back, how can you use it? Okay, for this we have one interesting module called AST module available, and in this module there's a lot of functions available. Okay, one of the functions that we are interested on is, there's a lot of functions available, but one of the functions as we're interested on is, I think, list. If they have here literal, let me show you this one, literal eval. Means if you see this function detail, okay, as a help, if they have it available here, okay, what they do, okay, they will take actual data literally. Means for us, for Python, it look like a string, but they know internally, the way we know as human being, that we know it's a list. So they automatically retrieve the literal structure of it. Maybe they are list or the dictionary from the string. Okay, that's how it's not so simple thing, guys. If you do by yourself, it take a lot of time. You know, see here, the way I show you. Okay, they actually treat this as string. Even when they try to convert into list, everything they convert into a list element. But I want in my Python dictionary, inside the string, we have literally a list we have. So I want to evaluate this string and to find out my literal actual structure. And these are the data type support from a string before we can retrieve all this. So how does this function work? In AST, we can give our string name, in my case is S, and guys here they literally convert it. This S, that actual data type is a string. Now if you see the data type of this guy, after they convert it, they convert it into a proper typical list. And because they convert proper into list, so whatever list operation we can perform, that I want to retrieve the second item, we can retrieve it. This part you can't actually do in S. Here in S tried, you can't do it. Let's say if you want to retrieve the third item or second item, it's impossible. You can't do it. Okay, so any data come in the list format but is encoded or converted into a string. Converting that list into a string is so simple, but from a string, if you want to convert a list, is very hard. By somehow we can do create our own program by condition, for loop, all the things at different point, but it's little bit hard, very hard. So with AST module, by this function, we can do it very simply. So let's say I have a program something like this. Okay, function something like this. Function takes some input, and based on this input, I want to run the for loop in somewhere, and I want to maybe want to again sum it the way we have done multiple times. J plus equals to I start with j with 0. So if I run the sum function or some other function, it won't work. So what can we do? Let me comment this line. Okay, what can we do? As input come in the X, or let's say is a data, okay, I can use AST module literal eval this data, it become a new data, and let me store in the Y. So by become a new list, and that's what I'm using here. Now in this case, if I use LW function, they will give the answer 6. Okay, if you don't use this line, it is impossible as such, or very harder as such, to sum this number. If the list is been encoded, or maybe tuple is been encoded inside this string. So I think you understood the power of this function. It's not simple, right? It's very powerful if you try to understand this, right? But when you get this list into the string encoded, almost every time, you're reading data from some databases, from some file, from some networking, mostly and always you will get this string. So having this concept is very, very important to to know. Okay, so that is one point to be added. Now let's take one more very simple thing, but sometimes useful. I explained you about set, right? And I show you some example of the set. Okay, so let's say we have a set created, means multiple value they have, and they remove the duplicates. And set give me capability to add a new thing. Let's say I want to add 8. That. So set is also, we can remove also. So set is also, guys, a mutable data structure. We can add, remove, all the things we can do it. Okay, but sometimes in some use cases, okay, whatever the final value in set come up, okay, I don't want to remove it. I don't want to add it also. I want set to be work as a like a tuple or like a immutable. Okay, if you remove it, then something maybe depend on set, it will fail. So in any of the condition, I don't want set will have a mutable property. So how we can do for this very interesting function we have is called frozen set. Okay, we can convert this set. Okay, and let's say this is my immutable set or read only set, for example. So this is also a set, ROS read only. Okay, but it's frozen set, means the value is same, but this set is the way it works is like set is work. But in this set, if you want to add some item, remove some item, let's say I want to add 5, it is not work. You want to remove, it won't work. So point is, if you want to convert your set into immutable, then this is useful. Okay, so even though, guys, I think every topic, a small topic also, I'm just showing you multiple different use cases. What are the use cases in different area come up? So whenever this kind of use cases you have, you can even though this example I've given you, for example, so you can use this. But I'm just giving as an extra option. Sometime when we are writing some plant algorithms, if you need this, then time you should know it is exist. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so this is also one of the things. Now let's take one last topic for today, but that topic is very, very much important. Okay, so take this topic very seriously. Okay, before this, let's one small thing I also want to tell you. Okay, sometime may be useful. So for example, I have the data of list, something like this, and what I want to do, I want to check the frequency, okay, with the number. Like this example I show you, which is the most frequent number I found to you, but here I want to print something like this, the way I show you the table, right? This table, 4 comes 7 times, 3 comes 3 times, something like this. So I want to find the count per data. For example, 4 might come here 1, 2, 3 times, 2 come here 1, 2 times, 1 come here 1 or 2 times. So I want to write something like this: 1 come 2 times, 2 come 2 times, 4 come 3 times, something like this. So I want to find the total frequencies with count. So for this you can create your own for loop and if arrays extra to find out by yourself, or there's one more way we can do. So in the collection module that I show you already, collection module, okay, we have one function available. This is called counter function, counter. Okay, and in this function we can give a iterable. Iterable means your list that you want to iterate. The list is the DB. Give the list. Okay, and let me store my result here in this list. So now what result will show you? This information. So 1 as a value come 2 times, 4 as a value come 3 times, 62 as a value come 1 time. So you want to print this entire box where I explained my last class, last topic. We can print with the counter. Sometimes very useful. Okay, we can do it. And one more powerful thing, guys, about this counter, when you use the counter, they show you final result. But in this result also, guys, we can write some function. So the one DRF we can write one function, and there are function available we can write here. For example, there's one powerful function that we can use, most common. Most common. So what can we do? Okay, what can we do in this result? Okay, we can write a function called, that is also known as a method called most common. Okay, so they will automatically sorted your list in the most common. Okay, so 3 guys come most frequently, then 4 come most frequently. Let me add more info here. Let me add 3 more times, 4 more times, then let's say add 2 of times. In this case, this is the output we have. 2 come 12 times, 3 come 7 times, 4 come 4 times. But if you want to sort this data in the sorting order, then the most common will use. Okay, so now 2 come 12 times, 3 come 7 times, 4 come 4 times. They store in the sorted order. Why is so important? Because now by this code, what can we do? We can say, I have a lot of data with me, a lot of visitors we have, a lot of IDs we have, a lot of customers we have with the name. Okay, I want to know the top 3 customers. Okay, top 3 customers. 1 minute. Why they give this output? 1, 2. Sorry, top 3. Sorry, top 3 means colon 3. So start from 0 till 3. So this is the first customer, second customer, third customer. Okay. So customer number 2 come 12 times, customer 3 purchase 7 times, this IP visit 4 times, what a case would be. So accordingly we can plan. If somebody, this is the detail of the IP addresses. If this customer has visited millions of times a day, it means they are doing some kind of DOS attack. I can ask my security team, they can do a firewalling on it, security implement on it. Maybe this customer is going to purchase this much time, so we can offer something to this customer and new product come up, we can ping this customer to buy something. So this kind of plans we can further do it on this data. Again, we are not into the analytics classes or statistics classes. I'm giving extra information to you that to give you some extra capabilities of the Python, right? From the basic module or basic Python concept, right? So there's one thing I want to tell you extra, right? Now that's all. One last thing for today, guys, is a lambda. I want to explain you that is very important topic. Okay. So what do you mean by this? Guys, there's some time. Let me give you lambda syntax, then I will explain you some use case of the lambda. Okay. So what is lambda? For example, guys, if you want to create a function, let's say function would be power function. We take the input n, and whatever input you give, we will take the power of 2, and then we store and return it. Okay, so when we call this function, we give, let's say I want to do the power of 4, 4 power 2, 16, I want to give power of 5, the square of 5 is 25. Simple function, right? Guys, is sometime and most of the time, right, every function is doing something for you. Sometime, okay, when you write a function, we have to write multiple steps. Multiple things we do and finally return the things. But most of the cases in the programming world, you will see, okay, when you write a function is only performing one small operation. They take only one input, maybe two input, but only performing one operation. Okay, in this context, right, what can you do? Rather you create a function, okay, or either create a function in this way, or either give a function a name. What can you do without creating a function and giving the function a name? Okay, we can say I'm going to give you input n, this input n, then colon, then perform something on this input n and return me back. That's all. So this line can be converted into this line. And in this way, you don't have to give a function a name. But to tell this is a function, and to tell this is a function, okay, you have to use a keyword called lambda. Okay, I'm explaining you in more detail some example of it, why we need this lambda. Because here automatically one new function created, they take the input n and do performing on it. Okay, now this is one function we created. Now how we can give the function input? How we can give the input here? How we can call this function? So in this case, you can store the function in one variable, let's say p variable. And now when to give this function input, we can take p and say p, I want to give a input, let's say 5. Let's see here, same output 25 comma 5. So in function p means p no, this is the, even though if you see the print also, p, if you just print p, say I'm just like a lambda function. Okay, lambda means just a keyword. Lambda means you create a function with no name. Here to define the function, give the name. But lambda is the one through which we can create the function with no name. Any function that has no name, okay, and why we want to create this in a minute I will explain you. But any function who have no name are also known as anonymous function. So you want to create anytime anonymous function, anonymous, what spelling would be function, then we can use lambda. What is use of it? I haven't explained you yet. I will explain you in a minute. It's very powerful and sometimes very useful. Okay, so if you want to say I want to perform some one step, so any function who is doing one single operation, mostly this is useful. They will perform this, they will return me, okay, and they perform me. If they need some input, I will provide the input in this way. Okay, and we'll store this entire function in one variable. So in the future we can use it. We can provide the data when we want to provide the data. Okay, that's how we use. So without, you can create multiple types. For example, I would like to give 2 inputs, and I want to plus both the inputs. So this again I can say as a lambda function. Lambda means function with no name. And let me store this guy in the m variable. Now while calling the m, I can say 5 comma 2, 5 store here, 2 store here with plus, and they automatically by default always return, so they return the sum. So without having any given any name, we can, guys can hold for a second please. So yeah, without giving a function name, if you want to do so, you can use lambda. This is how we can get a function with no name square numbers. But let me explain you the use of it, where we can use. Okay, so guys, in most of the cases, okay, most of the functions, either created by you or created by maybe by Python. Okay, they take input as a function. Okay, as a function. One of the example is that we have already discussed. There's one example I show you today. Okay, is this one. When I ask you for finding the maximum frequency. So there's a lot of functions that take input as a parameter. There's a max function that take input. If you see guys here, this max function, they take input as a function. They don't take input as a variable or list or dictionary. This function, they're taking input as a function. And guys, that is why we have given the function name here, count function name. Okay. So guys, there are a lot of functions. They take the input as a function. I will explain one more time this example. Means other example what I'm trying to tell you, but this is one example I will show you that what I was trying to tell you here. So let me again explain to you. So there's a lot of function guys in the Python and some other languages also. Is nowadays very common trend if you go to Dart as a programming language or Scala as a programming language, right? So there are a lot of functions who take input as a function and ask the function to perform something for us, right? Automatically when with the function called. Example, there's a one function called filter function in the Python. If you check this function, okay, they take two things. First argument and the second argument. Second argument guys, they're taking an iterable. Whenever you see the iterable, it means anything that can be iterable in the Python. So it's a list, it may be tuple, it may be dictionary, it may be string, because everything is an item we have. We can, wherever you can use the for loop, that's just called iterable. So one of the item they're looking for list. For example, list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I know that this function not doing anything because you send 1, they're looking for 2 argument. So let me again check the help. So what filter function is talking about? They say we are looking for 2 input, one is iterable and one we are looking for the functions. Okay, or maybe you can use none. In this example, there is no meaning of none right now, but then I'm explaining to you what they're looking for function. Function means this filter say, okay, you write a one function here, okay, and give function name here actually. Okay, what I will do with function, right? Whenever you call me filter, internally I will call this function and ask to do something on this data. Okay, but my only requirement is whenever you use a function, okay, this function, just filter is saying, okay, whichever function you use, finally this function is going to return me something. For example, let me create a separate function here, dev, and say I'm creating a function, let's say even. I'm going to give the input n, and this function motto is to check even and odd. I check if n value you are giving is, we can try a model with 2. If the model is equals to 0, means they are divisible by 2, means they are even. So in this case, I will return true as a boolean number. Else, if they are not divided by 2, I will return false. Simple function. So when I call this function guys, and if I pass 4 here, they return true. If I pass 13 here, they're false. Simple function, right? Now, what filter function is talking about, you give me some list, okay, and I help you to filter data, depend upon this function, what you want to filter. Okay, so you do want to filter anything multiplication of 5. This may be email ID, you want to filter with the Gmail address, okay, or you want to filter even number. Whatever you want to do, I don't know. Okay, but I will filter for you. Filter means, okay, do you want to only find out all the even number? I will find all the even number and show to you. and you want to find all the Gmail address, I will find the Gmail address and show to you. That's making a filter. So filter will do filtering for you. But what you want as a filter, I don't know. They say you have to use and tell me the requirement. And guys, whenever you want to tell your custom requirement, you have to always use a function. You have to create a function somewhere here. And this function you have to use here. Function name. Okay. Now in this case, if I try to run my filter function, they run. By chance they give me some output, something like this. Okay, means technically they try to say filter function runs successfully. I store data in somewhere in my memory. Let's say this memory address I store in one variable. Let's say my E1. My filter function I store data directly in memory, and my E1 guys will give this memory address. But if you want to go here and retrieve the data, and there's a possibility that a lot of data will be there. So mostly we use list function, or maybe you can use for loop also to find out data. So they filter, they find the E1 number. So typically, let's first a little bit talk about filter. I'm going to right now not talking about lambda. In a minute, you guys understand lambda. Okay. So filter is a one function very commonly used. Okay. If you provide any data, okay, let me store a data in this variable here to make it a little bit more smaller code, and let me give the data here. So if you give me some data, I'll take this data. On this data, what you're looking for, I don't know. Okay, so what you want to do on this data, you have to write a function here. So on your behalf, I am filter function on your behalf, I will go and call this data, or so call this function, okay, and in this function I'll go to this list, I pick first value, send here, and ask to perform. They will check the condition. If they're false, I as filter function don't take this data, I don't use this data, but typically it's known as I filter the data or remove the data. Then I again go to the data variable, I pick the next data. This data I will send to E1 function, perform it. If they say it true, it means this data you're looking for. Okay, and this data I will store in this variable. That's what they store here. So all this connection pieces filter will do for you. But only thing is filter is talking about tell me your data iterable on which you want to work on. That's what I've given here. On this data, whatever you're looking for, tell me a function. Accordingly, I will perform. But only condition is because my filter will know what you're looking for by true and false. So which function you use, the final output will be either boolean, means true or false. Accordingly, I take the decision. If you give me to false, I will filter the data, mean remove the data. If I true means I will use this data. Okay. Now this is the basic concept of filter function. Now here, what is use of lambda? Right. In this example, I can explain lambda very quickly. But before the lambda, I would like to tell you one more thing. Okay, whenever any function call other function, okay, so you don't have to write this symbol, neither this. For example, if you want to call even by yourself, calling guys, we always write this way, and the function has one parameter, we have to send one argument. So if we as a human being write a code, or in the code we write want to call the function, so this is how we call the function while passing the arguments. But if you on your behalf, one function is calling other function, this function was calling other function. In this case, you have to only give the function name or function reference. You know, I told you my function classes. This is where we call the function, and this is where function is stored in the memory. So they tell you the memory address or where the function is stored. Okay. So in this context, always guys, we have to always give a function name. We don't have to call. If you call it, guys, it won't work. They fail. Okay. Or maybe call in this way, they fail. Or maybe call in this way, maybe something happened the way we don't want. Something not coming up. Okay. So to always give a function reference name means you don't have to call it, because this guy will call on your behalf for the function. And why you want they call in the behalf? Because filter function will pick the data, they pick this data, and this data they send here. Okay, so internally guys they will write this and send 2, 1, then 2, then 3 and 4 will be done by filter. So we always give the function reference name, it's only the function name, don't call it. If you use parenthesis, when you are calling yourself, it means when you run this code, this function run automatically. I want filter will run it. So we don't use this symbol, we write it this way. Okay, now after having this entire knowledge, understanding of lambda would be now very simple to you. But this is not lambda here, I'm just giving this concept till now as a filter function. So any function want to call other function, okay, this is how we do. And it's a very common thing, a lot of example you will see. Okay, one of the example I show you, now you understand this example, this one that I created today. So max function guys was calling other function. So max function is calling this function. Okay, here that is the reason I haven't used this symbol. Okay, because you're not calling yourself, max function is calling count. So I will say max function, I'm giving the count function reference, you will call. And whatever you want to use here, how you want to use, you can use it. Okay, so this is why we haven't write parentheses here. If you're curious to know, this is what the reason is. Now, what is lambda here now? So guys, in this example, now the today's modern programming language, or typically also known as functional language or functional programming language, what they recommend to make the code simple and clear, try to write a code in one single line. Now, if anybody in the future read this line, okay, it's very harder for them what feature you want to perform or what functionality you want to perform. To know the functionality, maybe they go up, maybe got a file, because multiple files we can connect together. I'll show you in the module classes. Okay, they go and understand your concepts. Again, come back, they check and run it. Maybe not working, they go back again, see the concept. Okay, so always try to write everything in the single line. It means what they're talking about. Okay, because on this data is we have, or maybe this data come in the future from networking, maybe on this data you want to perform something. Whatever you want to perform, directly write here. But how we can directly write here? Okay, what I want to perform, let's say I want to perform x multiply 5, we can write here. Okay, but filter function doesn't understand the expression, they only understand the function. Okay, so what can we do? The filter function only understands function, so here we can directly write the function. Okay, which function? This function. Function means don't know name, the entire syntax. And how we can write? Again, here we can use the lambda. Okay, so lambda is the one who will do for you. So for example, something like this, I can say what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some. I am going to give some input, and based on this input, you have to find out the percentage 2 means I think we have some minute discussion from the internet, right? But let me explain you one more time. So I was here, okay, or even actually. So what the model programming language that's called functional programming language says, rather than we go keep on checking the concept here and there about and go down and accordingly change the code, same functionality if you can add there. Okay, how? Same thing, I'll give some input n, and based on you will find out something. So I will give directly my input n. Okay, and this input you will do something, find the model 2. If this is equals to 0 means this is number is divisible by 2, and this equality will say through your true, and true will be given to filter, and same thing will be done. Okay, but guys, this is what the function is, right? Filter only understand the function. Okay, so if you want to only give the function, the two way, either you can create the function somewhere outside and give the function name, but I don't want this. I want in the one single line the entire concept will be covered, so anybody can understand what is going on. Let me go check here and there. So there's one more. That is the reason, guys, we have one more way to create the functions called lambda. Because lambda is a one through which in the same place we can create the function. Okay, it means a lot of things you save. First of all, you don't have to go somewhere out, give a function a name, they can perform this thing. Nobody have to go check up and down what function is doing. Okay, so without having the function name, or without reserving the function name, without writing the code somewhere else, by having this bigger block of code, okay, this entire code we can write in one single line of code. Okay, this is the great example where lambda is very useful. Okay, because filter function is looking for the function, right? So why have to give a function name? With the name also we can get a function. This is called anonymous function. Second thing is because filter function is looking for a function to call, and with every iterable. Okay, now what this function you want to perform, you can write your concepts here. What you want to do with this data. So anybody, I know we are learning right now, maybe initially it look a little bit complex, but anybody who after you become comfortable or working in this code, by looking at this line, one line, they will get the entire, let me print, one number come up. By looking at this line, then they understand the entire concept. They understand the data is coming up from somewhere, and this data we are filtering even number. Okay, this is giving the even number, and if even number come up, then only my filter function will store the final output in this variable. Just by looking one single line, the entire concept can be understandable. Okay, let me take one more example here. Okay, let's say we have a list of emails. Same example what we did in last class, lw.com, one list maybe h at gmail.com, or maybe p at xlw1.com, and then we add one more, maybe p at the rate, or maybe tom at the rate gmail.com. So what we are looking for, okay, we would like to filter something and find a new list. Okay, so that only Gmail address will be stored. So what can we do? We can use filter function and say, filter, I am going to give this iterable, means called list, and same place I am going to write my logic. Okay, from this list I'll pick first value, store, let's say n variable, or let's say e variable, email, and this e I will send inside my function code, a block of code. This e is like a one string. In this string I am looking for Gmail address. So in the string we have a function called and with. In the string we have this function and with. So this is a string you have, and the string, let's say p equals to some string, and p we have an and with function, you guys know. So this is what I'm going to use. We have seen already in my last class, and with function. So I'm going to use and with function. Okay, and this e string is and with at the rate gmail.com. That this function, this line will give you true to me. That's all. Okay, for example, if I run the and with here in the p, this will be false. And with, say for example, let's say and with k, m, false. But if I say and with I, it's a true. Okay, so this function automation will be true and false. Okay, and that's what filter is looking for. If this function send me true, filter will use this data from email. If this function will that point in time send me false, filter will don't use this data. But guys, here this entire function I created, entire logic created without calling and creating this extra function. So for this, we say I have already created a function, so we can use lambda here. Okay, run this. filter give the output, but if you see the output actually, you can convert this output into the list to check the output. All the Gmail address come to us. By chance, this example you can perform another way also. Maybe with list comprehension, there's different point. But in some example, you have to use filter function. Filter just example, there's some more function available. You can use a list comprehension also there. Okay, because this example can be confirmed with list comprehension also. But in some functions, they have to call other function. And at that point in time, list comprehension has no meaning. Then either you can create an extra function, call it here, or you can directly create the function there only. And mostly also one more thing keep in mind. Okay, mostly if this function is calling another function, if you think this function is very big, lots of things they are doing, hundreds of lines they have, so we have to always create a separate function for this. But if you think the function we are calling is only do one or small things, right, we can directly create the code here to make the code simple and straightforward. Okay, so that is one point. Okay, one more last example. Okay, like a filter function, we have one more function we can use. Normally we use a lot. It's called map function. Same thing. The map function, guys, is also looking for iterables and the function. So here I'm going to give my iterable, this one for example, data. So what a map function will do, if you see the help, if you see map function will convert your data in other format. For example, I'm going to give data in n variable, and what I want n to be converted into power of 2. This is called mapping. Okay, so the entire function created, and then I call lmb lambda here. Okay, so this entire output stored in the memory, but if you want to convert and show in the normal format, so you can use this function, or maybe we can use loop. Every number will be power of. Okay, so them just giving as an example of map. Like this, there is much more function you will have. You can also create. Okay, the one function is calling the other function. Either you can call the function name or create the function directly with the help of lambda. So that this is the use case of lambda. Sometime using the lambda is not compulsory, but sometime having and using the lambda makes a lot of sense. It makes the code very simple and shorter. That's what we are looking for always, rather than just create a function there on the top, make the code bigger, not manageable sometime. Now just one single line, anybody and everybody understand what you're looking for and what you're doing. So think in this context. It's not like this. You think that I can do this thing with normal programming language way also. Yes, you can do it. But point here is, now we think now today's in the model way or modern way, simpler way, right, or shorter way to write the code. This makes more sense. So having this way of understanding give you a different value and what is in the real world. Okay, so this point. So that's all, guys. Big class again we discussed, and tons of lot of core internal concept with lot of examples and the real practices I explained to you. So anybody have any doubt, those who are there in the YouTube live streaming, you can ask your doubt in the chat. I'm opening the chat message right now, and you can ask the doubt. If chat message is not coming up, you can refresh the page, it will come up and pop up. Or those who belongs to #13 platform, you have a lot of way to ask the doubt. You can put in your community, you can put in your internal portal, down the video link. A lot of technical volunteers there, they can actually help you. Or other way also, you have a WhatsApp group also, you can somehow connect there also to ask your doubt if you want. But I think lots of powerful, very unique concept explained to you. I think, and I also believe in lots of, if you go to any of the advanced topic, Okay, advanced training, none of these level topic will gonna cover. Okay, let me ask how we split, guys. There are a lot of other kind of split also. I have some example when we talk more about string operation as such. So multiple splits also we have, or stripe also we have. I will discuss there. So right now I'm not picking one topic, like say pick string to cover all the things string, or pick list to cover all the thing about the list. As we progress, I keep on picking respective method available so that you guys can connect the dot what is going on. But as we progress, what you're asking Rasmi will be covered in my next some example. V split function. Otherwise, you know the idea. Take the help, you can get the idea, but it will be there in my plan. Why different between map and the filter? Ankit is very clear. If you see the filter means, okay, I have this data, and out of this data, I want to only find Gmail. So filtering, finding the what you're looking for, and I'm only looking for even numbers. Let's go filter. Map means I want to convert my data. So this is data I have. I don't want to filter. Filter means like a if or else condition. I don't want to filter. I want to convert this data into some other data, plus, minus, multiply, or maybe I have some name. I want to add the email addresses. So it's called transform. This is called filter. So first of all, thank you very much, Amit Sajan. I've been also for it, but I haven't received a link. Yes, guys, I think drive link should be there in all the WhatsApp group, or maybe in the description. Okay, so I don't know what your temporary offline name would be, but it is there in your description. Check your WhatsApp group. You belongs to 127, but even though let me ask my team, but it should be there in your description link. Okay, so Malesh, tomorrow class we will start the OPS concept from very zero. So based on this knowledge now, even though for OPS you don't require access any knowledge, you should know a little bit about functions. But tomorrow class I will discuss about the OPS. Okay. So guys, all the links, the code I'm creating right now and all the diagram, it will be there in your Google Drive, and the link of the Google Drive is in your WhatsApp description link. And if some of the code is not uploaded, I ask my team, they also upload the code there. Okay. For practicing, I highly suggest this document is great to practice, even though a lot of tutorials, example you find on the internet, there's a different point, but have this document, practice every code the way I write here. Lots of guys, every code is solving one of the use case for real world. So it's a great document for practice, just try it. Maybe do some small tweak and changes here according to a requirement, and then do it. The teacher is commendable. Thank you, Vimal, very much. How to solve this? The kernel appear to have died. Vijendra, normally kernel died because of a lot of other reasons. You put anything while loop, memory consume, the stack memory overflow issues. So whenever any issues come up as that program doesn't support, or compiler or Python interpreter doesn't support, they fail. So you have to just check in your code what kind of loop you add, or some kind of unwanted keep on calling a function. But I have one example vision maybe tomorrow when I will explain about the function recursion. Okay, so I'll create one code that will make your program kernel died here in the Jupyter, I think, and how to resolve it I will also explain to you. So just wait for next class when I talk about stack memory and the function recursion. Are any other camp available? Sun's ready. I don't know which camp you're talking about. Any boot camp? Means which topic boot camp you're talking about? If you can explain me. Pramod, actually this is not as such the data mining or data scraping training. It is a pure Python core internal detailed training. Okay, but based on this logic, whichever field you want to use, from data mining to data science, use this as a core concept to work on it. So as such, there is no requirement in this training to talk about data web scraping. But in the web scraping, alright, what a concept I explained to you, if you know this, then some web scraping concept you learn and you can do it those things very quickly there. Okay. So yes, Noora, you can get all the video link in your #13 platform. So in your WhatsApp group, we have already updated, or you guys also get the mail from #13. Check your email. Again, access the #13 platform, and all the video links and other notes and other team support also you can find there. How to pass the value to AWS console using Python script? For this, you have to use a SDK for the Python. This is called Boto3. So Boto3 is library for AWS Cloud. By the help of Boto3, whatever you want to pass to AWS Cloud, you can do it. Okay. So Rasmi, if you have any doubt, if you have, I highly suggest, we have a lot of technical volunteers in the community. Ask your doubt in the comments, and they might some other medium also, and they will definitely help you. Okay, if you have any doubts. So that's all. How to get the project level exposure. Gaurav, in my upcoming class, I will explain you about, not explain, I will give you idea and the path about the projects in the Python, and those will be give you a lot of exposure and experience in writing and creating the projects with the help of Python programming language. When the certificate will be generated, guys, we have some process for certification. After this training completed, my team will update you the next process to get the certificate. Obviously, the certificate will be given only after the training completed successfully. But how to you receive, and the process will be given after this training completed. Okay. So that's all, guys, from my side. I would like to conclude today's class and see you in the next class. Mostly tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow maybe a little bit time might change. Just for tomorrow, Sunday. Mostly the time would be tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. But if there is a change, or maybe a little bit time will change, we will update you in respective WhatsApp group. Okay. If you don't get any message for timing, the time will be same 2 o'clock. If time will change in this live sessions, then we will definitely update you in your respective group. That's all, guys. See you, and that's all from my side. We'll see you guys in the next class tomorrow. Bye. Take care.